All right. These are randomized. We're gonna go with the Korean guys first today against Geralt, MaxPax, Showtime, and Spirit. Let me just get the map list up. I'm not organized today, sorry guys. Where am I meant to be? Perfect. Alright, give me a second. I'm getting there. Alright, we're just going to do best of 3 semifinals today because I think 4v4 might take a while, and I really felt quite bad yesterday with the players kind of having to wait around a long time. So today we're just going to do best of 3 semifinals. Starting with the Beyond Ryong Shin Nightmare versus Geralt, MaxPax, and Company series. Cool. Wait, guys, give me a sec. Alright, doing some inviting, guys. Give us a couple moments, get set up. What's up, Hubba Kabul? Thank you so much for the 54-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Why am I so unorganized this morning? I don't know. I honestly, the last hour just disappeared. Yeah. Alright. Just waiting for everyone to come join us, basically. So, I think everyone's pretty much online. Cool. Cool. Alright, we're getting people into the lobbies. We should be ready to go soon. Will today's match be played on the new PTR? Absolutely not. No. We're not going to throw a tournament onto the PTR 12 hours after the PTR comes out when this is already an established tournament. Not a chance. Not a chance. Alright, we're just missing one player from our lobby and we'll be able to get into the first best of 3 of the day. Like I said, we're going to do best of 3 semis today just to make it a little bit neater. I'm super afraid. I know 4v4 can be very quick, but I'm super afraid 4v4 also takes a long-ass time, and then we're going to be just waiting and waiting and waiting for ages for the semis, so we're just going to do best of 3 in the round of 4 today. And just to see which of the changes will make it. Yeah, the patch notes are cool. The patch notes are cool because they're genuinely big changes. Like, Alright, we got everyone here. Perfect. I think we are good to go. Can I make these colors any better is all I'm thinking. I don't really know how to make the colors better. Do I think they put a new intern in charge of the patches for ST2? No, I think it's the same guy that's been implementing the patches for a while, to be honest. Yeah, I think I'm gonna comment on this once, but I don't want to make a big thing of it because I feel like I'm gonna talk about it all day. But I think the patch notes are really cool. I think some of the numbers need tweaking. I think the idea of how Storm might work differently is very cool. Clearly in practice, it's terrible right now. If you're just gonna bitch 24/7, I'm just gonna time you out. Like, if you don't like the game, why are you here? Go do something else with your day. Oh yeah, people are gonna get mad, I can already tell. I think the patch notes are very cool. I think it's cool that they're willing to try big changes. I love some of the ideas. Some of the numbers are also clearly very not good right now. I think they need to make Storm tick faster. For example, I think Storm should tick faster because right now, I love the idea of Storm being a zoning tool, but right now there's very clearly an issue of when units fly into and out of the Storm, like they take 1 tick when they should really take 2, and then, yeah, it just doesn't really work like that. So if the Storm ticked more quickly, it would actually really work out, I think, where you could actually use Storm as a proper zoning tool. Whereas right now, Storm is kind of just negated in the... It feels like Storm's not going to do anything, so... Yeah, I think it's interesting. I don't really know what to make of the Zerg changes, to be honest. I didn't read too deep into it. I'm going to have to look at more games of that. I think, to me, the biggest change is immediately just on Storm. Increase the Storm radius. Yeah, I think that could work, too, in a way. Just something, because right now, everyone's going on Reddit and posting these clips of units running through Storm. And as units run through Storm, they take, like, no damage. And that's simply the case of... That's simply just because the way that Storm ticks is now... It just... Because of the way that Storm ticks, it clearly just isn't long enough, right? And maybe the damage doesn't need to be halved either. Maybe the damage could be, like, 75% of what it was before. But clearly the issue is, it's like... You can't tell... Maybe, I think half is a little bit too extreme, and maybe you make it tick a little bit faster. Something like that, because I think the idea of Storms being there for a while, and zoning is very cool, because right now, Storms are very similar to Disruptors, just more reliable and more spammable, in that they just hit an area and they really wham bam whatever's in there unless it splits quickly. So I think it's cool to give Storm a bit of a different identity, but like I say, clearly right now, the numbers are not there. I think you should be able to put down 2 Storms in a row, and it should genuinely not be possible to run through it, you know? That seems very fair to me. What also seems very fair to me is that you can't just throw down 4 Storms, one of them hits, and the Terran bio is at half HP, because you had just endless amount of Storms to throw down. So I think it's, yeah, I think it's genuinely a very cool, I think it's genuinely a very, very cool conceptual patch. But the numbers / the way that some of it works definitely needs just tweaking a little bit, to be honest. So yeah, that's my thoughts. Obviously, we'll test out some games on it and stuff and see how it goes. And like I say, hopefully we just get some tweaks and some number changes. I think there's like I say, I think the concepts are cool. We just need to tweak it so that it actually looks better, you know? Maybe even, for example, I don't know if this works, but if units step out of one storm straight into another, maybe the time in which storm ticks on those units is maintained. Because that's one of the problems right now, is that the storm just ticks, and just before it ticks again, the units get into the next storm, and then they have to wait for it to tick, and yeah, there's like a weird crossover kind of thing, so... Anyways, 4v4 is going to be utterly chaotic, guys. I've got no idea how we're going to try and commentate this today. We're on green spill for our first map of the day, as we're in the Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament 4v4 stuff. A couple Stalkers just going to go pinging onto the Overlord and just going to try and pick away at that. Going to see a couple Stalkers stepping through. Ling's in trouble. Oh, going to get a good little surround there. Nice, a little shutdown, clearing that up, as you are going to see the rest of the Lings pulling back over to the right-hand side. A couple Stalkers still gathering together as well. As the CCs, the factory all building up, the Dark Shrine on the way in as well. And our little Lingy boys are going to take a journey out to the top of the map. So it is the Korean team that are down in the bottom right. They were kind of color coordinated until Nightmare joined the lobby, and he was blue, and they didn't switch around from there. But yeah, they do defend initially early on, as you just have the Orbital, the Command Center, Factory, and Stim all building through. And just going to see a couple Lings trying to poke around. So Shin trying to find his way in to deal some damage. Like I said, guys, it's going to be utterly chaotic. 4v4 always is. I always feel like 2v2 is that step up in the chaos already. But 4v4 really does take it to another level. Snorkel will just hold out. A few Marines in that stim pack on the way through. And it's just, we're just going to take it, honestly, we're just going to take it easy and kind of just enjoy these games, guys. Like, there is no denial in the fact that this is probably going to be a pretty, like I say, hectic day. I'm not going to get too caught up in numbers. We're just trying to, today is one of the days where we just shout what's going on the screen. We have a production tab that lifts, goes through the entirety of the left-hand side as well. So yeah, it's not every day we see 4v4. Obviously, some people love playing that 4v4 as well. And thank you to Monster Energy for making this TLMC possible, so we can get some new 4v4 maps available. Hopefully get them on the ladder soon. As a couple of DTs make their way out down to the bottom. So a little bit of DT harass. Stuff like harassment in games like this always feels like it goes such a long way, because you're playing a... if you just get into a mineral line here and there, like, it doesn't cost you a lot to harass, but you can really start working away at your opponents a lot. One player can be annoying to all four players so easily. There's always that miscommunication of who's got the scan or who's got the detection rate as well. Stalker's going to shoot. A couple of Marines in the tank getting turned around the other way. Robobay, Nexus continue to come up. Going to be seeing our Stalker Sentry on the way through as well. Okay, I actually have a patch question. Oh, why? Well, this has come into my mind. No, okay, I'll save it for afterwards. But there's actually one more thing I want to comment on with relation to people's response to the patch. As you just see, these feelings going to get across. They're going to do very well for themselves. Now we're going to be seeing everything kind of gathering. So we are maybe looking to push forward here. Geralt's getting a lot of Stalkers up. Charge on the way from him. MaxPax is on his way to carriers and a mothership already as well, so they are going up to that, plus one air weapons getting involved. As Ryung Byun going to be the leading supply goers on Team Korea. They are setting up together in the middle of the map. Thermal Lance charge, a little bit of everything just building through then for the moment. We are going to have these armies setting up, the Marines and the tanks settling down as well. Just going to be seeing our carriers, the charge, the +2s on the way, at the Temple Archives on also. Everything looking good there as the army begins to move into the center of the map. Marine tank pushing toward the upper right-hand side. There's a few Stalkers there that will be gathered up as well. Ooh, nice stasis is going to catch a few of those Marines. So Byun's numbers are going to get taken down, but we're going to see everyone else charging in as well. That Colossus is going to be a real damage dealer here. The carriers are going to show up from the side. Everyone putting their attention over here, apart from Shin. Okay, Shin has a few lings here. I'm not sure where else Shin is at with his army. He doesn't feel like he has too much of anything. Yun's army feels already wiped out. Obviously, he's going to get a few units back from the stasis ward. The fact that MaxPax has already made it up to carries is going to tell you a lot about what you need. And that is that one team is very much so on the lower tier tech, and one team has carriers. And I think those carriers are already going to put some work in. We're going to try and Microbial Shroud to help us stand our ground. And we are killing Interceptors. Marines are doing the thing right now. All the Interceptors died, and there's an army left over. Okay. Maybe we're talking a little bit. Disruptor shows up from Nightmare as well. As, yeah, he's obviously gone a very different route to what MaxPax has on the other side. Or Geralt, or Showtime. Again, I forgot that triple Protoss on this other side. Obviously, Spirit in there. He is currently building into a little bit more bio of his own Marine tank. I think we'll focus on the left side. He has obviously had some tanks here and there. Very chaotic fight as there's just a lot going on. A lot taking place right now. Let's gather up a few Banelings more from the left-hand side. I like that, maybe hitting this economy a bit. MaxPax's supply is still absolutely booming. Geralt took the brunt of the damage here, apparently. He's down to 60 supply after this. Lowest supply in the game, so we've got supplies kind of all over the board right now. It's a little bit chaotic, it's a little bit here, there, and absolutely everywhere. The 2-2 comes through, the extra carriers come up, plus 2 air weapons, shields and so on, armor continue to come online as well. Probe's going to shoot, a little bit of damage coming through, the probe's going down. Well, tanks will siege forward as well, so just going to push that a little bit further up here. Carriers are going to settle. Gonna drop a time warp down. It's going to be seen the Interceptor's going to launch on forward. And away they go. A couple of tanks going to be in some trouble. Microbial Shroud still available right there. A couple of the tanks being picked away at. As the Marines continue to try and find the Microbial Shroud has been very good to give us a shot against these Interceptors. Now that Colossus is showing up, though, that's going to make things a whole lot more difficult. As we are going to continue to try and attempt to push on through this position. They are recovering in terms of supply. Nightmare and Ryung are just kind of dropping off now as well. I mean, Shin has a lot of supply, but I feel like he's more of a supporting role right now, so it's mostly Beyond supply in this game. And then you look on the other side, Geralt and Showtime are maybe sub 100, but Spirit and MaxPax both on the better part toward maxing than anything else is definitely a big deal to take note of at the moment. Banelin's going to roll up towards these Marines, which are going to be forced to lift away as we have a moment to catch our breath. But we're back at it as the carriers are also going to cruise on over there. I really feel like those carriers are a problem. I see nothing that's really going to help solve this carrier problem apart from just pure Marines. The MPs go down initially, but yeah, we're going to need something else. Well, we're going to have Neuroparasites. Well, we would have Neuroparasites if all the Infestors weren't just getting targeted down way too quickly. The support units didn't get there in time. The Marines going to have to step back. No Microbial Shroud for them because the Infestors were being killed. Shin just lost so many of his Infestors. I think he might be in trouble. And this is the bottom left. Just going to see the rest of the Marines coming around. Interceptor's going to fly through. The Marines are going to be in some trouble as well. Just going to be seeing the Orbital Command. Getting after it. That's going to go down as well. So there's going to be more victories here from the European team as our Koreans are going to try and make a defense down this ramp. Will they be able to hold on? The Interceptors are getting turned around. Marines are putting in some serious work. Tanks will continue to cover at the front. A few Marines are going to stem forward as well. Well, EMP coming down. The carriers getting hit once more. I mean, if we can kill those carriers, that'd be amazing. They're going to recall away here. We're going to try and target some down. We got one. Ryung and Beyond doing their best to make the most of that. You know what? I still feel like there's maybe a shot here for the Korean team. Defense like this and turn it around. The problem is that MaxPax keeps on having this ultimate army. And I just don't know if they've got enough to get through the ultimate Protoss force. I think that is the biggest problem of all right now. Tanks moving through. Just going to be seeing the Marines coming about. The Interceptor's going to fly as well. Again, good blinding cloud. Microbial shroud coming down, letting these Marines actually push through more comfortably. Very aggressive push forward from Bjorn, as he just says, "There's not enough Interceptors to stop me right now. So what? Why should I stop pushing?" They're going to get a base in return, and this pushback is happening. A few more links coming through. The Marines are stepping forward. The orbital command going to have to lift off and back away. Continue to chase up the Infestor, looking for the fungal growth possibility up that high ground. Medevac's going to get caught right there. Going to be seeing the Vipers obviously can get involved. They're going to abduct in some carriers. The carriers get brought forward. They're actually going to start dying, so we're actually getting rid of MaxPax's army. The Thor's in the back helping as well. The Infestors to constantly just dropping the Microbial Shroud to give this force reduced damage from the air units, and that is helping so much. So much of this has lived where it would not have done before. Thor's gathering. We do see the carriers and the Tempest going to come through once again here. A few more shots coming about. A couple of Interceptors firing through. This army wants to move up to the high ground. We are going to go for a shove forward as we make an attack in. Just going to be seeing the tanks firing. These Interceptors and carriers are getting super low. Do we have enough to get through another wave of them here? These Thors are putting in the work as well. Maybe the Thors could just get onto the carriers. Some of them are low enough that one or two Thor shots should surely be able to kill them off. Spirit, during all of this, has dropped off in supply. He's only at 62 now, so he looks like the worst for wear coming out of everything that's gone on here. A couple of storms coming down. My goodness, they still kill units on this patch. Who would have thought? Crazy stuff, as the army will really try and wants to kind of get itself even further and deeper into this position right now. I mean, this push is just not being stopped. This attack forward has just continued. And as you can see right now, just able to keep on moving through. Interceptors gathering, just going to be seeing the shots coming through. Thor going down, the tanks going down. This time we might have enough carriers to actually play cleanup. Do we have some anti-air showing up? We got some parasitic bombs, we got some fungal growths. We're just going to dive in with the Vipers. Parasitic bombs begin to go down. We dive in with the Marines as well, looking to chase down some carriers, realizing it's not a fun idea. Turns it around. Again, the parasitic bombs getting a lot of those units low, but will not kill too much. There's a whole round of freaking High Templar there that could have feedbacked. Thor does win the fight against the carrier that got abducted into it. It was given a task. Kill this, and kill it. It did. Went for it in the end, as the Interceptors do hang about. And we do hang on in there here on Greenspill for this map 1 of the game of the series. Is it Greenspill or Greenspill? I think Greenspill makes more sense to me, but okay, there's meant to be the other way around. Apologies, map maker. I mean, this is Nightmare fighting against a much better Protoss army that Geralt owns here. You're going to see the Terrans, though, are going to show up, and are these two Protoss armies a little bit too weak without MaxPax here to support them? I actually think yes is the answer. Now we're going to get chased away, and we take a lot of losses in the process. Oh, they're going to say GG even. They're going to tap on out, and the Koreans will, from what felt like a very rough start for them, turn it around. I think Microbial Shroud was genuinely the MVP of this game. Without that Microbial, I don't think we get as deep as we got here. GG's, some crazy stuff to give us our first match of the day. Just like that. Crazy. Marines under Microbial are insane. Yeah, low-key, they're kind of insane. You are not wrong. I'll let them take a map pick for map number 2 here. Greenspill is the name. Nice. Wait for the second map to be picked then. So first map is decided. So what will happen, guys, because we're only going to do best of 3 semifinals today, is that if there's maps that have not been played by the time we get to the finals, we will guarantee all of those maps be the first maps of the finals. Like I say, I just didn't want to put best of 5 on the 4v4 because I really felt like we could have been here a long ass time, and it does feel bad when the tournament starts and you just randomly get rolled to kind of be the team that has to wait to play. I don't love that. I don't love this format in general. If I knew it was going to be such a short amount of signups, I'd try and make something a bit more kind of formulated or kind of designed to be casted here today or run instead of just being an open cup. But yeah, all good. We'll make it work. That's all. Just adjusting a little bit because yesterday it being like the first series was like an hour and 40, an hour 45. Don't want that to happen a second time is all. Waiting for game 2 to be map picked. Like I say, the teams will take a moment to pick their map here. And we will have 2v2 all kill happening on Sunday. We do have a player list mostly confirmed for that. I'm missing a couple of guys specifically trying to find some Terrans, but we have HARSTEM, MaxPax, SHOWTIME, Goblin, Spirit, LAMBO, Wayne, and Laser signed up. So it's going to be very fun, I think. On Sunday, and they will be drafted into teams, and they will be going up against each other in 2v2 all kill mode. Beautiful. And game 2 coming up. But other observers join us now as well. Beautiful stuff. Like I say, 4v4 today. It's our battlefield. Wait for everyone to join our lobbies. Everyone's ready? And we can kick off into this one. Perfect. Let's get to it. And yeah, let's get into some more 4v4 action. Okay, here's what I wanted to ask about the... yeah, I actually reconsidered a little bit since I was going to ask if I'll say it anyway, but I was going to say, like, obviously the Storm nerf, I was thinking about PvT, and I was thinking, PvT was already kind of difficult for Terrans because of the control Protoss could take on the map with Colossus before everyone even started spamming Storm. And I was thinking about this, and I was like, well, actually, I almost wonder if Storm nerf might hurt Protoss versus Zerg more than it hurts Protoss versus Terran. Because I actually think PvT was actually pretty playable before, like when Hero was just being aggressive on the map with first two Colossus in the game. So, yeah. Storm change makes no sense. You don't think? I like it. I like it, just the numbers need changing a lot. It's the dumbest change ever in SC2 history. Really. If it's longer than 3 seconds, your Zealots chase into it. Yeah, but I mean... Is it not... Okay, so... I'm going to play devil's advocate. Is it not okay to turn something from being a primarily offensive ability into more purely defensive? Because... right now, if you want to be aggressive as a Protoss, you can already build Colossus. You can already build Archons, you can build Disruptors. You already have a lot of splash options for attacking into opponents. Why does Storm have to be this amazing attack and defend option, I suppose, is my question. Why can't we make Storm a little bit more focused on doing one or the other? Can build Colorwell Tower and get cheaper Vikings. I mean, I think they're maybe changing too much at once. To be fair, like I say, I do feel like Terrans are already struggling with Colossus. And you know what? Here's the thing, though. The cheaper Vikings might just help Terran, because I also think, I mean, Storm's very good PvT, but I also think that, obviously, the trouble that Terrans have is switching to Vikings and then back again, when Protoss are just like, oh, I've got 3 Robos, bam, 3 Colossus. Oh, what? You need to build Vikings now? Haha. Storm, Storm, Storm. Colossus, 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 you know? So I think they're addressing a lot of things all at once when maybe they should focus on like 2 things in general instead. The Balance Council needs to stop making changes to the game. Well, that's a good thing the Balance Council doesn't exist. This is... The Balance Council has not existed for over a year, year and a half. Whenever ESL left, that was when the Balance Council ended, so... We just need to stop spewing "we Balance Council" rhetoric, because that's just stupid. It's non-existent. It's supposed to be powerful, but resource limited, but Nexus gives energy now. Yeah, I mean, it's just a problem. I mean, Storm has always been powerful at the end of the day. I wonder if it just doesn't need to be changed as much. I wonder if you could just change it so it's like... Like, to me, I actually think Storm would be... the problem is a little bit how spammable it is, so maybe you approach that, but maybe if you just give it the tiniest of damage nerfs, instead of what they try to do with a complete redesign nerf. Like, maybe a 10 to 20% damage nerf would be kind of nice. Because right now, there is just... My problem when I watch PvT is I watch Protoss players that look dead, and then they have 6 storms, and they miss 5 of them, and then 1 storm lands, and it's like, great, I can live now. And that seems kind of silly. What about a casting cooldown? Like 5 seconds? It doesn't really matter if you have multiple High Templar, right? It's the energy recharge. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's energy recharge, but like... Massive... I mean... Is energy recharge still stopping Storm from being that good deeper in the game? I mean, it's also the fact that pros can just get to Storm safely every single game too, right? Please change to team colors. I will not be changing to team colors because team colors makes it look awful. The problem with team colors is then we have no idea which Protoss player is doing what on the side of Showtime, Spirit, MaxPax, and Geralt. We have no idea which Terran is which as well on the Korean side. So we will unfortunately not be switching to team colors. God, I just love how feisty people get about balance changes. People are just like, you know, instead of just being like, I don't really agree with these changes and this is why, people are like, this is it! StarCraft over! My gameplay ruined! Pro games forever unwatchable! You know what? You know whose fault it is? It's all you guys in the chat. You said that they should remove Protoss from the game, and that's what they are doing. Protoss is basically extinct, and this is why I've not played StarCraft in 9 years. I am so over this administration putting forward changes. It's just disgraceful. Like, can we just not be like, man, that sucks a little bit. Maybe we should change it. Why does everyone feels so strongly about it? It's wild. You can feel strongly about it without like going into full like attack everyone in the chat mode. That's crazy. All right, drop in here from Björn is going to see a lot of success as the main base of Geralt has been taken out. So Geralt in trouble. Now we're attacking the base on the low ground. As we do see the Nexus taking some pretty hefty hits. Ling's going to run through. Helene's in a Cyclone or 2 coming in as well. The Overseer's overhead. Ling's just jumping by, getting that assimilator. I'm just going to clean that out. I see the Lings will run in as well. That siege tank is going to come through. Gonna see the extra few Stalkers warping in. Still a bit of chaos out over here. Just gonna be seeing the Stalkers trying to poke forward again right now. Cool. A little bit of a lag spike, maybe expected in the 4v4. Hopefully everyone stays connected. And it's just gonna be seeing the that is a major lag spike.
Game paused.
Give it a moment or two to pass over. Obviously it's been kind of fine, so just give it a couple of moments. Alright, we're gonna get back to it.
Game resumed.
I think my favorite part is that I really feel like we should just watch some games first and adjust from there. And again, I mean, have Blizzard given us any confidence in kind of the PTR being taken into account or anything in the past? Probably not. Maybe people are right to be kind of skeptical, but Protoss players get to Storm safely because they sacrifice economy, aka the third base for that. Let's remember that. That's not true at all. Protoss players are constantly going fast third base, fast Storm in PvT. That's just straight up not true. The whole problem is that Protoss... The whole problem in PvT is that Protoss can take economy and tech and be safe all at the same time anyway, and have a bunch of units. Like, Protoss can do everything right now. Protoss can do everything at once, and there's not really a lot of ways you can play around it, because they can do all of it at once safely. And I think that's the biggest issue that PvT see, which is why I don't even think Storm necessarily is the only issue in PvT. It's just the most recent problem. You just see our couple tanks set up in the front here. Let's get back to this game. Let's get back to the 4v4. Linga's going to run through. They're going to try and make their way forward as we do just have Command Center floating about a little bit overhead. There is going to be a lot of later game tech coming up. You see Shin getting Adrenal Glands and Infestors again. I mean, his Infestors were massive last time around. Showtime pulling back to play a bit of defense there as well. Ling's on the other side. Are going to find that opportunity to get in and pick off the siege tanks. That's a nice little grab as well. Just annoyances being created here. As we even have some disruptors coming in from Nightmare, looking to try and zone as best as they can as well. So he's coming through. Oh, nice blink forward, going to get the disruptor. Going to be a nice little catch as we see the stores continue to come up. A little disruptor shot on the Lings again. Just going to see the Stalkers still pulling back a little bit. The Marines gathering together. We'll see, I mean, big push still coming through. Nightmare and Bjorn teaming up here to try and shove their way forward. Let's see a few Stalkers of Showtime blinking forward, but that's put them in risk of the disruptors, and Showtime gets blown up. More disruptor shots continue to come through. The Marines continue going after those Stalkers. We are going to be seeing this army leaking down into that bottom left-hand side as well. Shot coming through. The carriers are going to be right there. I mean, I feel like Team Korea are definitely kind of in a better position right now. We are going to see MaxPax is building to those carriers again, which is where Shin is going to become important, those microbial shrouds, and so I think are going to have a big role to play once more in terms of just making this carrier army something we can actually fight against, and not something that's just going to dominate against us. Disruptor shot does fire through. Thorn, a couple of Hellbats just going down. Interceptors flying forward. We're going to see the couple of Thors are going to come under fire. We will be seeing the microbial shroud going in again once more here. Shots going to come flying through. Tank core. Basta gathering up. A little bit of Hellion tank joining through together. Medevac's up in the skies. The Tempest are going to take a couple of shots. Go towards the siege tank there. Go towards the Thors a little bit. Am I looking at chat? I'm looking at chat, but I can't really respond to anything because we're talking about balance, and I really should stop getting too involved in it every single time I want to talk about it. Anyways, we are going to be seeing the Marines continuing to come through. That's a massive drop again. Geralt's base has been bullied a couple of times by Bjorn in this game. This is going to be another example of that. As you see, Nightmare still pushing forward the front. Geralt really is just stuck in trouble a little bit. Nightmare's Prism getting found. Might get a warp in before it cleans up. It gets cleaned up though. I mean, the Koreans are definitely bullying the European team right now at the moment. And having the carrier still up overhead. Interceptors are flying through. Again, those microbials coming down, and the Thors gonna last a long time in that. They are taking on those carriers at the moment. There are some siege tanks that are trying to fight back against some of those Thors. A little confusing because Spirit is blue and Ryung is a lighter blue here. So those tanks belong to Spirit on the left. Ryung is attacking in from the right. Marines still stepping forward. The orbital command coming through as well. Additional Thors and the +3 vehicle weapons coming by. Cloud's base really is still being wiped out by that drop. As Beyond just being annoying, going to ping over to another mineral line. Disrupt does kill an Ultralisk, because you don't see that one every day. You actually take a chance to jump onto a little bit more of there. Ultras, Lings, all coming about, +3/+3. Still powering through as well for Ryung. I really like where he is at in this game. To be seeing the Nexus once again taking a few more shots. Marine's going to step forward. Stalkers as well. Disruptor shot going to fly through. Stalkers going to have to step back as well. Just going to be seeing these Marines still pulling away. Thors are stepping forward. Also looking to try and get into position here. You're going to see Microbial Shrouds going down. Carol does not rebuild his base. Not a good sign as all these Marines stim into the splash damage. They do not care. They're going after tank after tank. It's really just those carriers left, but they barely have any interceptors on them. GG's getting called, and the Koreans are going to make the finals today. GG's getting called across the board, and that is going to be Ryung, Shin, Beyond, and Nightmare going to the finale. Yeah, that was a convincing one from the Koreans. They look good in the 2v2. They look good in, sorry, in the 4v4. Beautiful stuff. We'll hop on to the European server then for our second semi-final. And get that set up to rumble as well. And yeah, second semi-final coming up here in a couple of moments, guys. It's so wild the Koreans win. They are usually terrible at the team games. Every time the Koreans enter the team game events, the Korean team always seems to get knocked out immediately. Kind of wild. Alright, what map are we going on here? We just had... Let's do Heavenward. Let's do Heavenward. Did I just hop from... I just hopped from NA to NA. I was like, I'm hosting this map and it's asking me for Central OS. I'm like, what's going on? Alright, try this on the European server this time. Beautiful stuff. Alrighty guys, a couple of moments. And get everyone in and we'll get this ready to go. Beautiful. They are debating colors right now. Talk about balance. No, I don't really want to talk about balance because every time I say something, people start screeching in the chat, and I realize I don't really like talking about balance in my chat. Sorry, guys. My problem is that I heavily disagree with a lot of stuff that gets said that people feel very strongly about. So then I feel like I should respond in a very similar, strong way about it, and I feel like that's just going to cause a fight. So, and that's not true of everything being said by everyone, but there's a lot of people that just say things that is. There's a lot of people that just say things that are just completely outrageous. People blame things that's just completely not true and stuff as well. So, yeah, I think I'm just gonna stay clear of it because, yeah, I want to talk about it, but yeah, then the chat just ricochets in response after, so just gonna stay clear instead. You don't understand the abduct thing? Yeah, I don't really know why we need to change abduct on tanks. I don't think TVZ is a problem, and that seems like a direct TVZ thing. I don't really know what the deal is there, to be honest. But I just don't know. I don't know what they're aiming for. You know, it's not even what they're aiming for. I just don't know what the like. Do we feel like tanks are tanks so endangered later in the game that like? Surely you want the Vipers to try and abduct tanks because that gives you a chance to snipe the Vipers. There's a campaign mission that will teach you to abduct tanks. Yeah, I mean, I mean, I don't think we should balance based on what the campaign teaches you to do, but I don't think that's necessary at all. I didn't think TVZ was a problematic matchup. I thought TVZ was kind of a fine matchup right now. There's a lot of different styles that work. I honestly even kind of didn't mind the fact the Cyclone was bugged because it gave Battle Mech a bit of a place where it just wouldn't exist otherwise. Clearly the Cyclone needs that ability, otherwise it's just not good enough. Because even right now, I wouldn't say the Cyclone seems OP now that people are getting used to playing against it and stuff, so maybe I just don't think TVZ needed to be the top. Maybe that's just me being a bit blind because I've been having my PVT kind of blindfold on lately, and I've just been kind of, you know, thinking about that matchup more than anything else. I know PVZ hasn't been fun either, so I should have just made the bug official. Yeah, I actually think, honestly, the Cyclone... I actually think the reason they didn't fix the bug is because they probably looked at it and they were like, actually, this makes Cyclones kind of work fine. and I think if they just made it official, people would have stopped complaining, but... yeah. According to Ligulac, TVZ is more of a problem than PVT. That's nuts. Yeah, but the... I think the problem that Ligulac has... I actually, for once in my life, don't want to listen to the Ligulac balance report because Terran versus Zerg is going to be extremely skewed by the fact there's, like, a very low amount of Zergs playing. And so, realistically, like, a lot of the TVZs are just... There's, like, realistically, there's 5 top-of-the-world Zergs in the world, and that's, like, it. I mean, maybe that should skew it the other way, actually. But, I mean, then most, like, the top Zergs don't even play as well, so... But I like I said, I don't know what nerfing the Zerg's ability to fight tanks are. Like, I like the Baneling's health change. I think that's great. I just don't know why we're... I just don't know why we're getting rid of abducting tanks. It just feels unnecessary for sure. I'm not sure how the Microbial Shroud change plays out too much either. The depth's going to shake their way in. Obviously, if you've not looked at the screen yet, LAMBO, HARSTEM, Laser, and Kelazur are the top left team today. And they're taking on the bottom right, Night Phoenix Wayne, Zardiant, and Vasta Mazia. Who I believe is actually meant to be Master Vazia, but has switched the letters around. You have a theory when they made the PTR, they absolutely made tanks unabductable, so they just made it a change. Yeah, exactly. So instead of it being a bug that they never fixed, they just actually add it as a change. They're going to come up, as we'll see. We've actually seen some interesting stuff from LAMBO over the last few days in the other team matches. I'm kind of excited to see what we get from him. LAMBO and a laser like the same. Oh, Lambo's playing Protoss. God, I mean, in the chaos of 4v4, it's literally I know I've been reading chat and stuff. It's actually taking me 5 minutes to notice this. I just saw a Zerg, and now I was like, wait, why is there not a second Zerg? To be fair, there being enough Zergs to have 2 Zergs on one team is such a rarity in StarCraft 2 nowadays as well. like, this is also a surprise factor to me, you know? This is also a surprise to me, so, yeah. Phoenix going to gather up, missile turret going to shoot. This is going to be seeing the Phoenix gathering together. We will have, yeah, the Phoenix are gathering. Still Blink and +1 coming on in. And Blink coming about and get settled in. Just having the Spire and the few Overlords coming up as we speak. And have the Phoenix settling down over there as well. A bunch of Phoenix taking their chance to step on forward toward the top side of the map. The Hellions and the Cyclones still gather up over there. The Stalker's going to get underneath. The Phoenix already taking a bunch of damage. This is the second series. Yes, it is. Our second semi-final of the day. I think we did a decent call making these best of 3s because I do think 4v4 is potentially going to be a bit lengthier game to game. So I think it's going to move quite nicely as our Hellions take a chance down the left-hand side. Charge +1 will continue to come through. A couple forges and the gateways coming about. You see our Corruptors building out as well. Do you have the factory coming through? Stargate and the Fleet Beacon coming online. Uh-oh. Player lagging out. Is the final a best of 5? Yes. I was mostly just feeling bad because yesterday, for example, the team that didn't play first had to wait for like an hour and 40 minutes for the first best of 5 semi to play. So, we changed it to best of 3 for 4v4 because I felt like it could have been an even worse situation if we kind of left as best of 5. So, Rain's going to get underneath. The Corruptor's going to start taking some damage. We'll see the tank and taken out there as well. A couple of Cyclones getting locked on. Marines will take some shots. Continue to chase through for a couple of moments. Cyclones will get hunted all the way down. You can see our Stalkers will show up, and they are going to try and come in after a few of these Marines, and that is going to be dealt with pretty easily in the end. So Master Vazia is going to go losing out on those. Terran at the end of that drop. Honestly, compared to the previous games and previous series we just saw, this is a bit more of a chilled out experience to what we saw last time. So we can try and step through. Just going to have our Stalkers going to be right there as well. Turn those Lings around. Additional Lings, Hellions, and Cyclones making their way over to the right here. The Infestors. Oh, going to catch a beautiful fungal. You can refungal that. We're actually just going to go for the recall. Oh my god, so many of those Stalkers just died. HARSTEM getting completely caught off guard there. That was a nasty fight for him. Now we're going to have to try and fight our way into position. What are these Corruptors going to do? There are carriers on the way, but they're not in this fight. The Corruptors are not really going to add much of anything to this. Here are the reinforcements as Kelazur shows up. HARSTEM shows up. LAMBO shows up as well with a few units. They are going to start pushing this away, it seems. Like I said, the Corruptors are going to try and intercept the Phoenix, maybe. Or just go grab the carriers at some point. Or just go caustic spray at this stage. You can probably get a base kill while everything else is going on. We do see at the same time a little bit of damage being done over on the other side as well. A few shots coming in here, there, and currently, more or less, everywhere. Things coming through, a few more drones going down, a little bit more damage being done. We do have our +1 armor about to finish. +2 attack is halfway done already. As we do have the Phoenix continue to move about just for a couple of moments. Things, Ultra is just going to come running in. The Infest is coming around. Yeah, Marines in the tank going to step forward for a few more seconds. A couple of those drones getting absolutely blasted at the moment. Bling's going to get a wrap around onto a couple of workers. A battery in the Nexus in some trouble as well. Bling's running through and the tank's able to slaughter a bunch of those. Fungal going down, getting a few Stalkers caught. The Ultras still moving around as well. Another nice fungal growth. And these Ultras just trying to get away mostly as they try to make their escape down that right side. The Cyclone lock-ons are good to chase the Corruptors down. Cyclone's going to be great in this scenario, locking on and helping to chase those Stalkers back on out of here, make sure that they can't stick around and do too much extra. Storm and further upgrades all coming into play, so again, a lot of everything being brought through now still. Just have ourselves the carriers and the Phoenix coming up the right. The Corruptors still being... Well, actually, the Corruptors turned back into that. I'm not sure how that fight's going to go, but we have got a big fight on the ground here. Ultra's going to try and lead the charge forward. The Corruptors decide that, yeah, they can't fight that on their own accord, and the Ultras do get through the tanks. These defensive units being taken out of the way. HARSTEM supply down about 100. Kalazar sub 100 as well because all his tanks just died. And I really feel like it's kind of weird, but these Corruptors of a laser have just not been able to be that effective. They've been flying around. He's not been present in any fights. And they've done a little bit of zoning here and there. That's a PP, not a GG. So we will have a quick pause. "10 FPS. A classic. Maybe a couple settings we're going to change. Players going to try and adapt to the fact that 4v4 is a little bit crazy. Give us a moment or two and we can try and get back underway.
Game resumed.
Gonna get back to it as we then have these armies still clashing into each other for the moment. So again, hectic stuff. Like I say, Kalazar and HARSTEM definitely looking worse for wear. It's a nice storm though. Now the Corruptors actually get to chase the Medivacs a bit. That's kind of what we want. There's just a lot of players closing in on being maxed out on that bottom right team who are now pushing in once again aggressively up to the top side here. And these bases seem kind of doomed. We're going to Microbial Shroud as well. Getting pushed so far back. Now the Corruptors that were chasing that Terran army down going to have to try and come in here. And this is where they should be trying to get involved. But man, with the Cyclone support, I'm not sure if it's necessarily going to be enough. And drop a fungal down onto a few of these Cyclones. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough at all here. So just see the Marines stepping through. The Stalkers and the Archon's going to be gathering up as well. The Interceptors returning together right now as we just have the Corruptors continue to come about. Corruptors overhead, Cyclone locking. Just going to see the Corruptors taking a chance onto a mothership as the carriers will continue to come around. The Laser's just going to say GG. It looks like he's going to be the first out and the rest are going to be quick to follow as this 4v4 will go the way of Wayne, Night Phoenix, Zardiant, and Vasta Mazia. The in-game name says, for game number 1 of this best of 3. Alright guys, game 2 will come right up. We'll get the players to pick their map. Is this with the new patch? Nope. It is not. New patch is just PTR right now. Mossfire going to be the map. I like it because we've not seen Mossfire yet. Perfect. That's what we like to see. Different maps being picked. Give me a second. Alright, just waiting for everyone to join us here for game number 2, guys, and we'll be getting this going. Nickname is Res Master Vazia. I know, but he called himself Vasta Mazia in game, so what am I gonna do? I know what he's meant to be called, but if you call yourself something silly in game, I might just call you that instead. Crazy, huh? Just waiting on the mentioned player to give us a go ahead into game 2, and we should be good to go. Why does that sound like a dare? I mean, the thing is, it's like some players, like for example, when Euthermal plays, I know all his names, and in my head, his name is already Euthermal. Master Vazia, who I don't cast a lot, sometimes I'm still going to just read what's on the screen, and I don't change myself, or I don't stop myself before I start saying it, you know, so then I say Vasta Mazia. Just needs a couple of moments, as he is joining the lobby. We should be good to go in a moment. It should make stone damage but take ramp up. I don't think that really changes anything, because no one's gonna be stood in storm for that long. No one stood in storm for that long nowadays anyway, right? Like, so by the time it starts doing more damage, like it doesn't matter. The punishing part of storm is that being in storm for like 1 second is already punishing. That's already seen as being in there for too long, right? And then at the pro level, if you kind of make that first second or two just not punishing at all, then it's just not going to do anything. So, if you're trying to still use storms in the same way, so never seen you play. Yeah, I mean, it'd be great for my level of play too. All right, bottom left will be the team with the lead. It's going to be Night Phoenix, Wayne, Zardiant, and Vasta Mazia. LAMBO, HARSTEM, Laser, and Colors in the top right as we get underway. There's one back base, there's a few forward bases, so that's for the teams to discuss and figure out what they want. I like that LAMBO's playing Protoss. I think it's smart, right? One Zerg is probably enough. The spellcasting they provide, etc. Extra set of Protoss units are reasonable. Let's just Chrono Boost out a Nexus, get that on the way. And yeah, a couple drones coming through, hatchery coming about. Just building this up into action for the moment. Gas and Bullland all coming through. We had a couple of drones on the cyber core coming up as we speak. Drop the CC down into positions, so it's going to get everyone expanding. Waiting to see if anyone's going to be overly aggressive in these early stages as well. That is obviously still yet to be determined here. To figure out how this early game is going to begin to look like. Depths will go after the Reapers, couple shots coming through. Reaper is going to get in there, and that Reaper is going to get taken down. A couple of Depths will shade forward with it as well here currently. Mostly just these early game units harassing around. Then you see Macfield coming up, so Zardian's going to go a similar way to how they went in game number 1 with those Cyclones. And it worked well in game 1. I wouldn't be too surprised if the general consensus of what to do is going to come around again here. You're just going to see those Lings coming over, Queen gathering about, Cyclone and the Adepts joining up there as well. Grenade goes down, Ling's going to get bopped, the Hellion's going to come through. Stalker's still pushing forward for a couple of moments as we do have the Lings looking to try and get a little bit of a wraparound on that Adept. Stalker's still stepping up as well, +1 on Concussor Shells coming through as well here. So you gotta keep these Zerglings on us, don't want them to get out of control. Wayne in the 3v3 yesterday was extremely effective a lot of the time at kind of throwing Lings around, throwing them at the teammates. Just gonna be seeing the Lings and the Queen continue to come about here. And Macfield Accelerator coming on up. A bit of a ping forward coming through as well. You see the Lings trying to get surrounding on the Hellions there, not quite able to just yet though. Going to be having the Lings coming back around the other side, and again just going to come for a little bit of a shove. Just having ourselves the gates coming up. The factories continue to build. There's a big push coming in right now. These Lings are going to try and go about it. The Hellions going to kind of pull back there as well. Obviously the Stalkers and Cyclones looking to try and get involved. We have full double melee upgrades coming up from a laser. So he wants to make these Lings great, but they're not great yet. Man, there's a stasis right there. If something could just run into it, there we go. The Lings running in the end. The Hellions well protected in the back, going to start absolutely flamethrowing down Zerglings. It's going to be pretty consistent in terms of damage you can do on that. Everything else trying to get forward. Can we find the defense here? This is the kind of defense they already struggled with in the last game, but feels like everyone's in position this time. Lings are about to come out of the stasis. We ping those as well. I love that. Just keeping people on, being like, hey, look, those Lings are coming out of that stasis. Let's make sure we clean those up as well. Cyclone's got the Overseer. Ling's going to run through. Ling's going to get a wrap around, going after the pylon, able to take that out. Just going to be able to pick that off already. Things continue to move through again. Forge and the Nexus coming about right now. We're just going to see the Cyclone locking on to the Overlord. So Valega's staying active and trying to get wraparounds. Actually going to jump on a few of those Marines. Getting the chance to pick off a few of those already. Now the Hellions showing up as well. The Stalkers, though, something they're not really set to deal with, right? As the Hellion count is good, but we don't have a Macfield yet from Kelazur. He's on his way to Macfield now. Also getting some extra factories up as well. He's still running around again and filling up pre-igniter. The Cyclone's coming through. It's getting that reactor coming about as well. The Pumas will spread forward. The Spine Crawler's setting up as well. A couple of Spines going to end up cancelling. Still have the Stalker and the Sentry still joining up together there. The Zealots will come through. The Cyclones want to still push forward for now. Just trying to get a shove on in at the moment, as we do have the Cyclones as well. Right there, ready to keep on trying to trade this out. The Stalker's going to get caught in a stasis, because that did get pinged as well, but we're going to blink into another. Night Phoenix getting caught in all of those. Well, then supplies after the trade so far. You can see the 114, 70, 104, 112. It's a kind of a very similar number. A couple of 120s on the other side of 110, then a laser down in the 80s. So both teams have pretty similar supplies at the moment. It's coming about. It's going to be seeing a couple of disruptors and the +2 attack coming through as well. So let's get Night Phoenix up into those disruptors. We actually saw some big disruptors in that first series of the day. Wonder if the second series is going to kind of latch onto that similar kind of idea. Kind of like the chaos of 4v4 and 3v3. It is chaos is definitely the word for it. I think that's why 4v4 is best in like small doses. Because I think if you have a small dosage of 4v4 or 3v3, it's like, man, that was fun, it was chaotic, but like, I feel like it's very draining to try and watch this for an extended period. Like, one day, it's kind of cool, but like, I feel like if we had like a league of this, I don't know where I would go with it. There's also a lot of just kind of mid-game unit spam as well, right? Which is, you know, it makes sense. A mid-game unit spam, some players try and rush the tech. I feel like we would start seeing a lot of the same. And as of right now, and for this, that's absolutely fine. As you see, the medevacs there going to rock into missile turrets. One medevac half full of units goes down, and now we're actually going to get a jump onto this drop. So having to unload here enables the rest of these armies to show up and play cleanups. That's going to be a bunch of Terran units going down. Master Vazia taking some big hits. Heals in the bank coming about. Cyclones are going to be right there. Just going to be pulling away for a couple of moments. Let's focus on these Immortals. Get on top of that Nexus. Just going to take position already. Got the chance to kind of come around here. We are going to continue to go onto that Nexus. Just take some more shots on this one. Disruptor shots will come through. A few hits coming about. We get online. The siege tank gonna get cleaned up. Again, we get Cyclones +2 vehicle plating and all the rest of it coming through as well. Continue to settle in over on the left here and take a chance to push over to that direction. Disruptor shock clips a Stalker. Another Disruptor trying to fire through. A few more Enos popping out of the stasis. That's a nice storm hitting a chunk of the Marines. He's going to run over. Hellions in trouble. The rest of those Lings still getting after the hatchery there, for example. And those Cyclones still trying to get the business as well, chasing down those Ultras, pushing them away up that side. Stalker's now going to end up in trouble too. Disruptor shot after Disruptor shot. Stalkers love to blink in after Colossus. We saw that a lot this week already, but these Colossus do manage to stay alive. Having to dodge some Disruptor shots with everything else, but keeping the Colossus alive especially feels nice. Lambo with the Storm down the left side, weighing in a GG. Looks as though they're out of here, as we are going to find ourselves tied up in this best of 3, heading to a third map in the next couple of moments to decide this series. Alright, deciding map coming through. What have we had? We had Heavenswood and Mossfire. Perfect. Is this 4v4 on the PTR? No. No, no. Greenspill going to be the map pick. Jump into this. Be right back 1 sec, guys. Alright guys, chaos in the lobby setup. Hello, hello. Happy Friday. Chris, how you doing? Everyone's readying. I think we're good. Let's jump into our game number 3, deciding map of this semi-final. Love it, Friday, drinking some beer and watching some 4v4. Life is good. Hell yeah, that's what we like to hear. Thanks for joining us, guys. Appreciate you being here for the Team Liquid Map Contest Team Tournament competitions. It's been a fun week. We'll be back again on Sunday with 2v2 all-kill. 10 players will be split into teams of 5. And they will go and play 2v2 all-kill mode. As we kick off into this game 3. Night Phoenix, Master Vazia, Zardiant, and Wayne taking on LAMBO, a laser. HARSTEM, and Kalazur. Just glad we have a patch so we can talk about it. I'm just glad we have any semblance of a patch in general, because I think community was very down on StarCraft. I think that's been very reflected in viewership recently and interest in the game. I think we need something. So hopefully we can take some feedback, fix some stuff in the PTR, and get a patch out that gets people playing a bit and gets people engaged and excited and watching again. You know, there's a lot of people right now that have just decided to stop really kind of caring where they used to watch all the time, you know? So we take a couple moments and we settle into game number 3. It's been kind of aggression, mid-game aggression kind of throughout this series for sure. Couple probes coming around, the Reaper coming up, Access coming in as well. People hopping down to the bottom right again, trying to see a little bit of what's going on. You have the Reaper stepping about, a couple of pings coming around. Double Stargate on the way up. That Nexus still building, and the Green going to be there as the Reaper does get chased away for the moment. So, yeah, that pushed out. The Adept is going to chase and get the kill also. An orbital building. And we see the second Stargate. It's a heavier Phoenix count from Night Phoenix. That's one thing that definitely helped him a lot in that first game. Forced a laser right into a bunch of Corruptors, and I really felt like a laser didn't have much to do about anything in that first game as well. He was much more present in the second game. Definitely made a bit of a difference. Well, Death will trade, and a couple of Lings already going down the SCV. Taking some shots as well. Now Ling getting pushed back. Cyclone going to be right there. Phoenix getting a cheeky little lift off for a few moments as well. A chance to get some work done. And double Oracles making their way around, just seeing if we can do anything. Cyclone lifted, just going to see that taken out. Oracle's going to activate onto the probes already. Phoenix going to go after the Oracle. That will get cleaned up. We got a few probes now. The Phoenix getting cleaned up, and now you know you got to deal with those Phoenix as well. Cyclone's already producing through. Kelazur way faster to the mag field this time. He was much later to mag field last time. I think he even got Blue Flame first. So I actually think that's a big deal breaker, and I think that's a big step in the right direction. Phoenix going to be there. More shots coming through. Phoenix going to get a lift off. SCV going down. Cyclone going to be right there as well. Locking on still, pushing back. There goes the Overlord. Armory coming through, siege tanks building up. Just going to be seeing the Stimpak coming online. The Fleet Beacon being an addition there as well, just for the moment. Night Phoenix is very quick to move into the carriers, which I do not mind at all. similar to that first game. Some Phoenix are going to control, and then toward the carriers without too much delay. We'll see if a laser is the... Yeah, see if a laser is going to be the guy to kind of build up a whole bunch of corruptors this time, or if someone else is going to try and take the kind of the stance against those carriers this game, because like I say, it was really a laser that tried to do something about them in that game 1. Shots going through, Cyclone's going to be there. Widowmine's going to unburrow, reposition themselves, go after the Oracles perhaps. And, well, they're friendly Oracles, I don't know what I'm on about there, but reposition themselves and just in general be out on the map. Maybe catch some Phoenix that are flapping about the map as well, could be decent. He's going to step through. Stalkers again taking a good chunk of damage here already. The Stalkers will continue to go after their Marines. Phoenix will regather themselves and just coming through, lifting a few of those Stalkers up. Marines going to go after the Stalkers also. Mothership on the way at the attack air weapon upgrade coming through also there. Marine tank force regathering, command center coming up. Again, the Phoenix just going to gather with the Hellion Cyclone nearby as well. Cyclone still putting some work in. Widowmine's going down. Roach is gathering. The Stalker's going after the Overseer for a couple moments. And Cyclone's going to be there. Army's gathering up, getting settled down for now. Just really getting to the point now where these mid-game comps are coming online. And this is where the aggression has started in the previous games. Couple factories, couple Thors, all being added through. Widowmines, SCVs, and that +1 vehicle weapons being added as well. Add the 2-2 melee upgrades on the Adrenal Gland, the Vestas. Just, yeah, little bits of everything still coming through. The Stalkers and the Cyclones continue to step their way out over to the side. The Marine Cyclones still stepping up also here. The army's gathering that upper left, so again, really waiting for some of this kind of larger aggression to really hit the table and come flooding through. Roaches are going to spread out, looking to go a couple different directions. Storm's going down. Those Roaches getting absolutely smacked around. Stalker's going to hit. High Templar's gathering up. And we've seen the Cyclones taking a chance to get forward. SCV's going to be taking some hits there. The Stalker's coming through. Infestor's going to be coming in as well. Oh, he's still stepping forward. The carry going after that. All the command. The couple of High Templar also going to get jumped on a little bit. Orbital's still taking some damage right there, so just a little bit more damage being dealt. The carrier's still coming through, the mothership up in the skies. Gonna take a turn and just jump onto those Stalkers. Microbial Shroud's obviously helping a lot. We've seen Microbial Shroud be... I actually never really thought about how much of a factor Microbial Shroud can be against carriers, especially in team games where one guy can be the Microbial Shroud, and the Microbial Shroud supporting units like Marines and units like Stalkers can be such a big deal breaker. Those carriers do get forced back. Draven coming through, the couple of Infestors still stepping up. Another fungal coming around there, as you just see. Gusta's still moving back over. Hatchery going to drop in once again. Infestor's burrow, a couple of drones bopping around. Stalker's coming through. We had the 2-2 upgrades on. Had the +1 vehicle weapon upgrade on as well. It's just bringing a lot of that into play already. And again, Mothership, the carriers, make their way through. Had the +3 fire air weapons on, the +2 air parapet, air armor on. And a lot of that into play. Bio pushing down to the bottom side of the map. And a lot of bases set up here. This map definitely spreads out a lot, and we're seeing that right now. Obviously, these bases in the bottom left, I think, are going to become the targets that are going to get pushed on a lot in the near future. Interceptor's flying through. The Colossus goes down. Thor's trying to push up. The Microbial Shroud possibility is still right there as well. A couple more Thors still absolutely firing their best shots right now. Hitting some hits. Getting some damage done. Tanks in production, +3 vehicle weapons on the way. Factory's producing. And again, just on we go for the moment. Plus is firing. A couple of tanks already firing as well. Fungal Growth going to grab a group of Marines there. A bunch of those Marines taking a good chunk of damage. Now the Roaches going to come back around the bottom left side. Another nice Fungal Growth coming through. Interceptors launching their way forward. Just going to try and fight on into this right now. Colossus going down. The Stalker's still fighting. The tank's settling down as well. And these Thors are looking very powerful. Thors are so good in this state of the game because there's not a lot that's really designed to kill them. Obviously, one guy's playing Mass Air Toss, Sky Toss. They don't have any other support, right? So you're really relying on your teammates. Two of which are playing, a bunch of siege tanks, and that can zone the Thors, but it doesn't really stop the Thors. So I kind of like that a lot as the Ultra goes down, make it a couple. Ultra still gathering together there. +3 attack on either side. Nexus in the Dark Shrine continues to build up for the moment. Going to see recall of a few Stalkers being brought into play also. And where do you go? Really sure. And there's so much harassment going on in amongst the bases as well. Still feels like a pretty even game. You can maybe argue there's a slight edge on the red, orange, yellow, and pink side. Medevacs is going to load up, and that's a big drop. If we get that in from Master Vazia somewhere on the map, that could be absolutely huge. I'm going to go for one of the smallest relocations of all time. He didn't get scanned or anything either, so I'm wondering what made him unload here. Maybe he just wants to try and hit between the bases, like this one here, where a lot of the defense is focused on the far left. A base like this becomes, up for grabs pretty quickly. It also means you're pushed pretty deep, into play though. So maybe this army gets surrounded easily as well. Let's see, the Ultras are start coming up. Do we have anything to force the Medevacs back as they lift? No, they just lift and leave. They're going to be out freely. So that's brilliant for them. Let's just have Stalkers coming by, tank going down, the Roach is still burrowing up. We're going to scan. Scan, and instantly these Roaches get caught by a stasis ward, funnily enough. I don't know if I've ever seen burrowed Roaches caught by a stasis, actually. I probably have, but it's a rare occurrence. Even Indy's like, wow, look at that, burrowed Roaches in a stasis ward. Those will be there. Tanks in position to help push back as well. What's up, Cromwell? Thank you so much for the 50 months resub on the Prime as well, as this game settles into a little bit of a tank warfare here, although obviously those Tempests are making work from far away. We're still chasing the Bio Army back. We have got the left team on the scoreboard fully maxed out pretty much. And you can definitely see that their advantage is holding strong against the team on the right, which is, HARSTEM 140 supply, Calazoni 170, LAMBO 150. This fight has to be insanely effective. I just don't know if they've got the army comm to truly make it effective. Interceptor's still trying to do their thing. Shots coming around. A couple of ultras taking some damage as well. A few more hits coming about right here. A few more shots just still coming around. Just having ourselves the roaches gathering. The interceptors will be getting back on track as well. Another little storm coming through currently. Carriers and the Tempest still pushing their way forward. The Orbital Command likely going to be in some trouble. The Interceptor still flying high in the sky. Just don't think we're ever getting rid of this carrier army. Cost of supply is not looking pretty. Kalazur with the Thors not looking too pretty. Good fungal growths on the Interceptors. I mean, I kind of like that HARSTEM is going to turn this into a counterattack, because maybe him getting some damage on the other side could influence this game deeper down the line. You know, Master Vazia's dropped a lot of supply as well. Night Phoenix's supply is looking a bit worse for wear. It's just, there's no kind of game leader in play right now for HARSTEM and Lambo's team. I think they just don't have like that solid force that's ever going to realistically again get rid of those carriers and also lurkers and all the other problems that have kind of come up throughout this basically. Those interceptors come forward once again. Just going to gather up. Going to see the depots going down. Have the medevacs getting picked away at the Nexus. Taking a few more shots also. DTs will go after the barracks, and we do see the rest of these units still just making their way through and looking for a little bit more value still. Ultra's going to dive through. A couple of lurkers going to get grabbed already. Production tab's kind of funny. Everyone's kind of drained of resources. Even the team that's winning is kind of a little bit drained of what to be able to build, but they have base in that top right side, and that's going to make a big difference in the end here as well. So we are going to have a couple ultras going to try and do that thing, chasing down some of the Hydra Roach. This is our Night Phoenix, Master Vazia, Zardian, and Wayne will go to our finals to take on Byung-Shin, Ryung, and Nightmare, who are our other team in the finals off the earlier semi. A couple of new rolls coming down is nice and all, but again, this is kind of delaying the inevitable more than really saving you here, as there's a lot of supply still available on the opposition team, and Ultra's running into siege tanks here is going to tell you a lot about what you need to know. Just we're kind of desperate to make something happen. A laser trying to play cleanup, but then all the cyclones show up. The lasers Ultras will go down. I think that is going to be the problem. Whereas the mothership gathered back up, those couple of lurkers getting back into play. Colossus goes down. Colossus and a couple stalkers gathering as well. We'll just see the cyclones, the engineering base still coming up. A couple of those lurkers still being grabbed. And Colossus still doing its thing. The Roach is still showing up as well. Here comes the rest of this army. Storm coming down on the mothership. Carriers and Tempest pushing through as well. The Observer's still there overhead, keeping an eye on everything. But again, hard to cast because I just don't see how this game ever goes any which way. That isn't a GG from these guys. And there it is. GG called. And we will have our finals set up. We'll be heading to the NA server for that one. And we'll be heading into a Korean versus Eastern European battle in the final best of 5 of this 4v4 event today. So we'll head on over to NA. We'll get that ready to come up and online, and we'll be into that very soon. Our starting map will be the one we've not seen yet, which is Iron Dragon. That will be our first map of this best of 5, and then we'll go losers pick from there for the rest of the series. Thanks for joining us, guys. Groove viewership is slowly creeping back up after I took some time off to get married and so on, so good to see that we're getting back towards the right direction in that scenario. Love that, as we'll just think continue through. Hey, what's up? Thank you so much, Matt JK92, 5-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Alright, just get people in. Get people ready to go. Take a couple moments and set this off, guys. Alright, couple moments, guys. Also, Eisenine, thank you so much for the 85-month resub. StarCraft for life. Hell yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Obviously, the whole other team. Just taking a moment to hop on over to the NA server and get this finals ready to roll. Get this kicking off very shortly. Been a fun day already. Alright, guys, everyone's just hopping on to NA. Asking the Koreans about the new patch. Terrence Strong, Zerg So-So, Toss Trash. Ryung says Zerg Strong. Alright, some fun in the lobby between these guys. How did you not hear about this? We've had team games all week. If you missed out, you want to catch up, you can go watch the VODs on YouTube. I mean, the VODs are available on Twitch as well, but YouTube has full archives of streams nowadays, so if you want to catch up on the 2v2, 3v3, and 4v4 cups we've had this week, they're all available on YouTube. And on Sunday, we're going to have a new format, 2v2 all kill. Teams of 5. You send forward 2 players. They play a best of 3 2v2. The losing team loses a player. The other team stays together. The losing team loses 1 player and must send another player forward to join up with their other guy. And then they play a 2v2 and so on and so forth. I think it's going to be kind of fun. It's something new and different. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, we'll be kicking off in a couple of moments. We're missing Wayne. So we'll give him a few moments to get that set up, and we'll kick off into our best of 5 finals. Lovely. Lovely. Do 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 do. We have a 1v1 map contest too? Yes. The 1v1 map contest is already accepting submissions, I want to say. But it will be... the tournament factor of that will happen in October. Because we had to wait for me to be available. Because I'm away I'm away next week, Wednesday through Sunday. And then there's a couple weeks where... I can't remember why, but we decided October, mid-October would be like the best time instead of trying to squeeze it in elsewhere, basically, so... It's getting judged, yeah. So it's actually kind of nice because for once, in theory, there should be a little bit more time between... Usually what happens is that the maps get judged and the finalists get decided, and the very next day the tournament starts. But that's, I believe, not going to be the case this time. There should be a little bit more wiggle room, which is nice because it puts us on less of a time to make it happen as well, so... Alright, there we are. Going to see the players. There we go. I think we figured it out. But I'm trying to get the players to organize colors, and they everyone's just gone through 4 different colors in the process of getting to something that looks good. All right, looks as though we are good, and looks as though we are ready to begin into some SC2 here. Ready to kick this off and get this one ready to rumble. Let's go into Iron Dragon and kick off into game number 1 of this best of 5 finals. So yeah, this map has not been played yet today. So this is the map that didn't get picked in the previous rounds. That doesn't really mean anything to the map, honestly. You know, these guys are seeing these maps for the first time, and they're just picking ones that kind of look cool at first glance, so I wouldn't say that necessarily means much. This map maybe looks a bit off-putting when you go to pick, because there's a lot of ledges that look very well defined on this map, which might be kind of scary, so... yeah, let's kick off into this. GLHF's being called. In the top right is going to be the Koreans. Finally, they added Nightmare, and they make it to the finals after being knocked out in the semis in the round of 8 all week. Nightmare, Ryung, Byun, and Shin take on, in the bottom left, the combination of Wayne, Irradiant, Master Vazia, and Night Phoenix. Now, Indy asked me to set it with no mod on so he can set team colors, so I've done as he says, and hence his observing should be pristine. So we'll put it on his camera and let him direct us through the game and see what happens. Gunshine in all Korean in all chat, like the other ones understand. Bjorn, I feel like Bjorn thinks I'm speaking Korean too, because he just said congratulations on your wedding to me in Korean in the lobby chat as well. And I just happened to Google Translate to see what was going on. Well, I Google translated it because I saw him say Wardi at the start, because I know how they spell Wardi in Korean. So I saw them say Wardi, so I was like, what's he saying? And I was like, oh. I was like, well, I hope you don't think I'm speaking Korean. But I sent 감사합니다 back. That's the extent of what I can do. Copy paste when I see my name, and yeah. Alrighty, guys. How are we doing? So, it is going to be a probe scout about. Hatch coming up as we take a few moments here. We get settled down. Cybercore and the Nexus on the way in. The Reaper and the Command Center coming up as well as we get rolling. And into game number 1 of what is a best of 5 finals today. I am happy that we made the semis best of 3s. I think this is going to turn out to be a nice little length in the end. The best of 5 3v3 games yesterday were a little bit extreme in the semis. Lesson learned, though. I mean, it's not something that you get to see a whole lot, so crazy stuff. We're just going to be having our command center and factory all coming through. We get settled down for a couple of moments. It's going to be seeing the Reaper making its way across, getting settled. And again, we take a few moments here early to see what our plan's going to be. Reapers will take a couple of shots in, a little bit of back and forth for a few moments. Reaper's going to come across, Reaper hopping up to the high ground. Couple shots going through, Cyclone gets chased away, Reaper's come back along, Cyclone's still building as we have ourselves the stem, and so continue to come through. Links continue to make their way across. Couple engineering bays coming about. The orbital will make its way in as well. And just see those fuelings gathering together for a couple of moments. Getting some work done. Obviously, Phoenix going to start feasting out on the map as well. As the couple of Cyclone lock-ons getting back into place, so a little bit of damage being done. The Phoenix getting chased around just for a few moments. Those things will continue to go in after those other Zerglings, so we do chase for a little while here. Some damage being done. Link's just going to run in, and we're going to get a little bit of feistiness going. The back and forth, ling on ling action, always going to be a fun one. As we do see the little bits of damage being done. Cyclone's coming through. A Cyclone being chased. It's going to be a Cyclone going down on either side. A couple Cyclones still coming by. The Ling's still looking for a wrap around. The Marines trying to get in position as well. As Zerglings will continue to come forward for a couple of moments here. And yeah, we're just going to see our Stalkers blinking in after the Zerglings. Ah! That's not a great time to lag. Is that us? Is that them? I do not know, but we seem to be back to it. This is, like I say, Eastern Europe versus Korea, so it's going to be NA Central. It's going to be some lag probably here and there if the server isn't feeling completely stable. I mean, this is just chaos ensuing right now. Fights from every direction. Ling's here, Cyclone's there. Everyone looking for lock-ons onto each other. Some of these Cyclones don't have mag field, so Ryong is going to be punished for not having that upgrade ready. He's in trouble right away as a Radiant is making a big play forward. Some of those Lings still getting involved. We do see the Stalkers coming back across as they battle over the Monster Energy logo in the middle of the map here. And we continue to chase, actually. So Nightmare feels as though he can hunt. He's going to blink in for a Cyclone. Going to go for two. It's a nice catch, but do we have enough to keep on going? We're going to have Blink again in a moment, but you'd be blinking onto Creep now. That's a crazy move if some units start to show up to punish it. There's a few Hellions from one side. The Lings are starting to come in. Phoenix are lifting the Stalkers up as well, which allows them to get some of these kills. Now we're going to start lifting the Cyclones. We're very close to being out of Phoenix energy, though, so there's only so much you can do there. Wayne, once again, just trying to run around and cause chaos with the Zerglings here so far. As our lanes continue to move through, just going to look for a wraparound on the Marines. Cyclone locking on, going after a little bit extra right now. The Lings and the Stalkers pulling back over the other way. I'm just going to see the rest of those Lings coming back around for now, so away they go. Lings still wrapping up. The Stalkers in a little bit of trouble already. The rest of those Lings still taking just a little bit of extra damage, so a few more shots coming through. Stalkers, oh sorry, Phoenix getting lifts up in the skies as well. Another nice connection there. All those Phoenix already being grabbed. We are going to be seeing Stalkers still trying to fight back. Shots all across the board. More hits, just going to try and still chase forward here, looking to get in toward these Queens. And the Queens immediately in some trouble, going to drop some transfusions down right off the bat as well. So looking to get those transfusions brought into play. The rest of the Lings still trying to flood on through here already. And Lings will continue in after a bunch of the rest of the drones. Wayne just trying to cause chaos. Shin's supply is only at 60, so he's definitely hurting a little bit on the back of this. I mean, everyone's supply is within reach of each other still at the moment. I do think our European team are looking a little bit better than the Korean team right now in terms of supply. Let's see what happens. I mean, we can still turn this around at a moment's notice, and it's also just so chaotic. You don't know what drone counts people are at. Maybe, you know, armies are about to bounce back in no time at all here, for example. So I think that's those are the kind of things we can see over these next few moments as the Stalkers pull back along. We'll be seeing the pylon coming down, carriers and the air weapons still coming up as well. Stalkers into the middle of the map. Upgrades building through 1-1, vehicle weapons and plating. Infernal Pre-Igniter coming online as well. Alien Cyclone stepping out to that right-hand side. Still got the +2 melee. Alien Speed all coming up. We have ourselves a lot of units in production for the moment. Tanks, Cyclones take a step forward. Tanks going to shoot. Stalkers are going to get lifted. The Cyclones will continue to be right there as the Stalkers take some hits. The Phoenix is going to come through as well. More of those Stalkers continue to get picked away at for the moment. Cyclone, Stalker continuing to go down. A lot of damage being done. The Cyclones really will still continue to chase. A little bit of Ling Bane coming in after the rest of the Ling Bane. And a couple of Banelings coming about here. It's going to be seeing a few Marines. And Marauder continue to come around. Bio will get through there, going after the Queen. It is chaos, man. Beyond Supply is really leading the charge right now. There's been a couple times this week in the team games where Beyond Supply has been strong and he's been the hard carry for a team. The one guy who has a lot of units left over after everything else is said and done. Shin is starting to get a lot of Infested up as well. That's probably going to be a huge factor. Can they deal with these Cyclones? As Ryung is not looking super healthy supply-wise. He's got some support here from Nightmare, but those tanks from Master Vazia are definitely going to create issues as well in the backline. But these Cyclones are chasing forward so aggressively. Ryung and Nightmare are getting deleted. At the same time, Bjorn and Shin are on a two-man mission across the map with Bio and Microbial Shroud. They feel undefeatable, especially as they run straight through that set of carriers that were already out. So Bjorn might just keep on pushing. I mean, he's actually not that far forward, so maybe it's better to turn around and look elsewhere. Like I say, Nightmare just took a lot of damage. Ryung is not exactly feeling great right now. We might need some aid in cleaning up this army on the right side, but that might be difficult to do. Tank Cyclone, I don't know if Bjorn is going to be able to do much here, considering he's mostly focused on bio units right now. He's coming in from two sides. The tanks on the high ground are putting in work. Bjorn needs to split. Try not to lose your ghosts here. The Stalkers blink forward, make it difficult for the tanks to do anything. They do target fire down some ghosts, but that is going to be Master Vazia losing out in a big way. Cancel on the other side of the map, as it is going to be Wayne losing a hat-trick. He's down to 60 supply, worst in the game right now. Wayne struggling. Nightmare following up on the other side as the Protoss. I mean, still Beyond Supply, who's looking great, but obviously he is massing bio units. They're a little bit more easily replaceable. We are getting rid of carriers here, though. Nightmare, with the little supply he has, is going to put it into play, and he's going to get rid of a bunch of carriers here of Night Phoenix and really try to slow him down. The leading supply on the bottom side of the map loses a bunch of the carriers there and puts them into trouble. As you are going to be seeing the Marauder and the Ghost still trying to come through. They're going to get cleaned up as well. I think Bjorn just losing track of some units during this. Obviously, they were on their way over maybe to join up with this army, which just never made it. There is a base of Night Phoenix going down, and that's big. Like I say, that's one of the stronger players on the opposing side that you're putting heavy hits on right now. Irradiant as well, I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do much else in this situation. Bio still setting up, got a few interceptors flying through, a few Hellions stepping forward as well. Carriers are flying with these interceptors coming by. Seeing Shin making a big tech up, by the way. Ultra Cavern, Vipers, the Spine Crawls coming through as well. The carriers are still pushing forward with the interceptors here. So the recall on those carriers is going to bring them away, so just going to bring them... Oh, actually forward with the Mothership. I don't know if that was really necessary as a recall, but okay. Can't really fight against. As you can see, Ryung trying to set up a defense against it right now. The Hellbats and the tanks doing what they can. The few Archons and Nightmare would love to get involved. A quick count, it's about 100 supply lead for the Korean team at the moment. But I do feel like some of their units are a little bit worse for wear, because it feels like everything that's being built on the other side is very tech heavy. Oh, the Bio are going to get a good fight against the Cyclones, though, and the Cyclones didn't have the continued support of those tanks that are now sat on the high ground. So a lot of the Cyclones fall. Some of the Ling Bane showing up as well from Wayne to just try and push that back. Beyond losing some of his supply there, but still being the supply leader in the overall game. Night Phoenix and Master Vazia both looking good here as well, though. 150 supply for the moment. Interceptors going to have a lot to do here. The Ducks come down. The Stalkers start to go after this. Are they going to go for the Mothership, or what's the plan? Parasitic Bombs will claim at least one more carrier. Infestors join up. Playing Cyclone together as well. His army still stepping forward. Command Center going to go down into the center as well. Going to take a stim in. Well, shots coming about. The interceptors fly forward. Just have the microbial shroud coming down again onto a lot of the bio. A couple of cannons want to go down also there. So just going to get that set up. Tanks going to get dropped. Just going to be seeing the other units still pushing through. A couple of Thors making their way in. The tanks again going to end up in a little teeny bit of trouble here. Going to be a cleanup as Ryung finally pushes this back from this side of the map. Nightmare down to 40, 50 supply. Like to say, he's going to just be doing what he can with whatever he can at the moment. He's adding some Archons, adding high tempo. I like that he's focused on higher, higher value units, because they might actually at least still have a way to impact this game. As Shin and Beyond are both nearly maxed out. Ryung's in about 110 supply. It is still looking good for the Team Korea, but you still got to get rid of this carrier force once and for all, and that has been a problem thus far. Parasitic Bombs the game, but Parasitic Bombs will just tickle the carriers in reality. Unless there's some follow-up and some extra things going on in this, that only really does so much, right? So, yeah, I'm not overly sure about that. Interceptors still trying to make their way in. The Infestors can actually drop the Fungal on the Interceptors, which I don't hate either. Night Phoenix is rich, but even forcing those to rebuild could buy you some timer points. At the same time, on the other side of the map, Shin and Bjorn are once again teaming up as a combo. It's funny, we've seen Ryung and kind of Nightmare kind of playing that right side together a lot, and then Bjorn and Shin are constantly aggressive on this left side. It's because Ryung and Nightmare are trying to survive on the right for their bases. Even both of them trying to take middle of the map bases right now, on the back of the fact that Bjorn and Shin have got the rest of the team pushed back and holding them away for the moment. Ultra chomping through a bunch of drones. Still got the Tempest on the way. The carrier being built. +3 air weapons, +2 air armor being added on for now. Hellions will also take their chance to come out and onto the map. Cyclones, Hellions, tanks, a little bit of everything coming through. Carriers up in the sky, going to make their way forward. A couple of them get abducted straight away. So they get brought forward. Another couple of abducts coming through as the carriers once again getting dragged in. Parasitic Bombs going down. The Vikings, the Ghosts, and everything continue to make a little bit of a play for the moment. Wayne's on only 6 supplies, so he's basically dead. Like I say, it's really this carrier force that needs a getaway. We've already used the recall. Microbial Shroud make it difficult to kill anything, and as the carriers go down, their hopes of this game 1 go down. Team Korea is going to take the opening game of the 4v4 finals here on Iron Dragon. Fun map, even again the middle bases, a little bit of love toward the end there as well. A lot of right versus left, and that actually was really cool, because I really feel like the Koreans were winning a lot on the left-hand side, while the other team was winning a lot on the right-hand side. And that obviously really kind of added into, like I say, a very interesting little situation overall. Very cool stuff as they take game number 1. And we'll head into game 2 here in a couple of moments. I'm just going to run some ads. Keep them out from inside of the games, guys. Thanks for watching and thanks for tuning in. Thanks for supporting the events and just being here with us in general. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. Alrighty, a couple moments, we'll get back on track. There's just so much chaos in 4v4. It's so difficult to read. Like, I talk a lot about like comparing supplies, and I talk a lot about like the leading supply and the losing supply, because to me those are the broad strokes that you can kind of keep up to date with, for example. Those are the things I can vibe with a little bit. Keep track of more easily, sorry guys. Been distracted. Don't mind me, just getting distracted. Be back to you in a sec. Distraction's done. Alright. Okay, number 2 in a few moments. Waiting for the map pick, guys. A couple moments, get the map pick. Obviously, we'll just take a moment to discuss it. No worries on that. Green spell. This has been popular. People picking this one pretty quickly in their series. Although I guess, yeah, they picked this one when they lost last time, so it's just this team's kind of favorite map here. Kind of hosted without a mod for Indy. Alright, just missing one. We can kick this off, get this going. That'd be in the call for these events here, the banter. I was thinking maybe trying to set that up for the 2v2 on Sunday a little bit, but not sure if we're going to get the chance. Still trying to confirm a couple final players for that. Well, actually one final player. Not quite orange, but there we go. He got that. I was like, Nightmare got orange. He picked like dark blue. I was like, not quite. Not quite what we were going for. But we are going to make it as we jump in. Team's readied. And we're going to game number 2. Obviously, a little bit of time to set up in between the 4v4 games, guys, so appreciate your patience on that one. As we get ready to roll. Green spill. As we get game number 2 coming up. It is the Korean team who are in the top left corner of the map who have taken the 1-0 lead in this best of 5. Shin and Nightmare. Yun and Ryung, the Terrans, the Bros and the Zergs split across the base. On the other side of the map we got the Radiant, Wayne, Night Phoenix, and Master Vazia. All set to play. Is this the new patch? Nope. This is the live version of the game. New patch is only on the PTR right now. I am setting up a PTR tournament myself for Tuesday. I'm out all day tomorrow. I already have an event Sunday and Monday, so I can't do anything PTR until Tuesday. And unfortunately, after Tuesday, I'm away for 5 days, so I'm probably going to come home to the PTR looking completely different again. So yeah, we'll have PTR games on Tuesday, hopefully, but it's going to be a little bit limited on my side just because I can't... I'm not around too much, basically, in the upcoming little while, so... Just a little bit of something to note. I'm away too much. Marriage changed me. I know. Apparently, you get married, and I thought taking 2 weeks off for that was already very generous. And now we got to do like this little mini honeymoon thing. Like, ugh, it's crazy. And then you know what's worse? After that, I 2 weekends in October I'm away as well. It's like I'm taking this life thing way too seriously, right? I know it's disappointing. I know. That post on TL that was worried about Wardy tournaments and you know married life's changed me. They weren't far off the truth, you know. You don't view me at all horrible. I know. Time for a divorce is unacceptable. Look, I'm gonna try and keep the marriage going for at least a year. You know, we'll give it a year. See if it sinks back into just being able to degen StarCraft all the time. Says I don't want to go anywhere. No, I'm very ready to take some time away. I've gone from being stressed out about the wedding to being stressed out about the fact that my viewership is in the bin and that the views are not great, that StarCraft does not seem to be in a good state, and that I'm worried about my stream. So I'm excited to take some time away and actually just sit and just chill somewhere else, not think about anything for a little while. Be nice. Then we'll come back and we'll grind StarCraft again. Like I said, I'm away a couple of weekends in October, but otherwise we're going to do pretty much just StarCraft through October. November is going to be very heavy on StarCraft, and we're still aiming for December to be our WardiTV end-of-year championship. So we're hoping for that to be a big thing throughout December, so that should be awesome as well. It should be very cool. Yeah, we've seen this map a fair bit today then. It's our 3rd time seeing it, made it into every series. Congrats, Greenspill. You are the TLMC tournament winner. Simply for the fact that you got played the most. Let's see what that happens as the Oracle fights through. A couple of SCVs begin to go down. Closing that Cyclone all coming up. Just going to have ourselves the couple of refineries coming through, SCVs in production. Have our Phoenix still stepping about a little bit. Stim packing 1-1 upgrades coming through. Get that factory coming about as well. 7 MLA upgrade building through. Overlords in production. Drone, Spores, Lair all coming about as well here. Just going to be seeing our few Phoenix coming about, settling down. See that Macfield Accelerator coming through as well. A couple Cyclones still building by. Cyclone Hellion just going to be there. The Phoenix going to get pushed away. Shoving that back for the moment right now. As it take a couple of moments. Stalker still setting up, getting ready. Single Zergling just going to try to make a little bit of something happen as well. As again, the melee upgrade, the burrow continuing through. 1-1 upgrades coming about. Hellion Cyclone coming over. And we'll just have ourselves still the game settling for the moment. Phoenix still joining up. 1-1 upgrades on the combat shield building on through. We get the burrow and the melee upgrade building as well. Stalker's going to get underneath those Phoenix. As they pull back a little bit, a few Hellions will continue to fight back and forth. Hellion Cyclone joining together. Still got the Phoenix up into the middle. The Lings are gathered too. Just for the moment. I'll gather up, and again, just waiting for a couple of seconds here to see what's going to happen. A lot of units spreading out as Shin. Looking to attack on two sides, teaming up with Nightmare on the right, just a straight up run by into the Terran mineral line on the left. Blue Flame Hellions are going to make pretty short work of those Lings, so they can't really stick around there. They do have to leave sooner rather than later. Young is full power, steaming ahead with his mech army as well, though, as he steps into this. It's funny because the Hellions kind of are very tanky in a way. They're not super tanky per se, but like they are going to absorb a lot of damage, and they're kind of fine units to lose out on. The Lings show back again as we are just playing that distraction multitasking game. So Shin playing quickly again, straight back in on that left-hand side. And we'll again just go for a few more SEV kills, trying to keep one of the Terran players down and out for the count in terms of economy. And Night Phoenix is just, I mean, he is clearly just on, you know, Air Protoss duty right now. He is just going to continue to build Sky Toss. And will that work out? I mean, right now only 2 or 3 carriers does not seem like a lot, but we're getting to much better numbers, and the longer that we survive without kind of completely dying and these carrier numbers build up, the better we're going to be. The Marines might just go after Interceptors here, and I think they will slaughter a lot of them. To do is some splash damage just to take these Marines down a little bit as Bjorn works his array around the back of that mineral line, finds a few of the Roaches of Wayne that are hidden over there. Oh, the Infestors show up, though! It's not just one massive fungal, it's a second, and that's going to be Bjorn bleeding out a ton of Marines right there. That was looking very good for him, but those Infestor Fungals came out of nowhere from Bjorn's point of view as well, because he did not get split away against them at all. He tries to drop into the main base, but that is a destined to die army, and it will in fact now go down. So that gets cleaned up and pushed away. Tanks, Roaches gathering back together. Hero Parasite building, +2 melee, the Vipers all coming up as well. We bring that straight through. Carrier's going to get back down to the south. +2 air armor coming up as well here currently. Is going to come about, just going to be seeing the armies trying to attack forward a little bit here, just taking a chance to press on through. This is going to be a bit of a chaotic fight as well. We've got Neuroparasites lining up from Shin. He's causing the opposing team to turn against each other as he turns those siege tanks ping. Nice fungal growth coming down there as well, going to really slow those Roaches from kind of catching up with everything else. Shin 1-7. I mean, again, trying to look at the supplies a little bit. I'm seeing, I think it's pretty even actually, just at a bit of a glance. And it's going to be over there, the Interceptors firing back, still got the +3 melee, +2 Carapace, Spire, Overseers all on the way through, so again all of that added on. And as everything carrier wise joins up together as well. Still seeing that armor upgrade +3 continuing through too, so just all of that coming up right now. Something's going to try and make a dive through. They're going to need a Woodermine shot, but they're getting through the Marines that are showing up defensively from Bjorn. His economy is going to be in trouble. That mineral line starts to take some hits. Marines is pushing back over that left-hand side. Again, +3 melee, kind of splitting, coming about. Interceptors still flying through. A couple storms looking to zone that army away, stop it from chasing through for a couple of moments. So again, gonna get something done there as the Hellions trying to play cleanup. The friendly top fire from the tanks is going to be good enough to get a tank. So good job by those Marines dropping on top. They got some value in the end. Shin showing up. Shin is the leading supply player from Team Korea at the moment as they step forward again. Blinding Clouds leading their charge forward. Ryung looking pretty good supply-wise too this game. I mean, Shin, Bjorn, and Ryung are actually all in a similar vicinity. Nightmare is again being bullied down a little bit throughout this so far. Night Phoenix still looking very good too. I am afraid if Night Phoenix gets like that maxed out air toss army, I do think we get into like the worrisome position where it's like, well, what happens next? Where do we go from here? I do think there's a time frame where things become a little bit problematic. Fungal growth still coming down onto a ton of those units. A lot of damage being done. Uh-oh. Infestors need to get away as well. They try and make that getaway. A few of them get out of there. Shin still maxed out. He's getting a Great Aspire. Ultra's on the way as well, so getting some additions. They just need a reliable way to get rid of these carriers. And again, in the past, that's been Microbial Shrouds combined with just bio units. And maybe that is just the plan here again. Currently, Stalker's here to try and fight against this. The High Templar are going to step forward. They will be able to storm. Put some damage onto it. The High Templar don't last long, however, unfortunately for Nightmare. He's definitely still struggling through this as the mech army in the center is going to have a lot to say. Ryung trying to get involved and holding that position. Shin running around on the right side trying to cause chaos with the Ultras. It is madness all over the map. There are fights happening absolutely everywhere currently. There is no single position on this map that sits calm, collected, and steady in the slightest just yet. A few more Zealots warp in. SCVs will be chased. Interceptors begin to get to work onto that Nexus as well. It's just picking through that. Another Parasite Bomb going to hit the carriers for a few moments. Is going to start trying to fight these carriers. There were some interesting abducts. Didn't really go very far as we just see one carrier going down. The recall was to the mothership as well, so they're not even that far back. They're still in an aggressively placed position as, oh my god, here we go with the Doom Drop on top of the siege tanks. We dropped the Blinding Clouds to try and give this bio time where the tanks will not fire against it even still. It's going to be a cleanup, but I actually thought Bjorn lost a lot there. It actually was not so bad in the end. I thought that was going to actually be a little bit uglier for him than it actually turned out to be, so credit to him on that one at the end of the day. They're just gathering. Carriers will sit there. And you have the units stepping about. Just going to be seeing the Interceptors still being able to try and fight. This is where we need to fight against this Protoss army. Do we have any spellcasting left available? A couple of Vipers stepping away. The Corruptor still trying to step on forward too. Shin's supply is absolutely plummeted. He's now sub 100. I just don't think they've made a big enough dent into that Protoss army. The Stalkers on Nightmare on the right side trying to do some work. Meanwhile, Master Vazia was doing well with the tanks over here. It's again Bjorn having to drop on top of tanks to try and play the cleanup. And Shin is hurting. He's losing his last few units and he is down to 50 supply. And Shin might just more or less be out of this one. He obviously has a little bit of tech available to him and he still has a couple tech units to maybe utilize, but I mean the problem is Night Phoenix. He cannot be stopped. And if you're not stopping him, then this game is looking to be very, very troublesome. There's been mayhem though. Fights all over the place, chaos everywhere. Ryung is now the maxed out player in this game, so Ryung may have to put his team on his shoulders a little bit and try and carry through. We're talking about what, 450, about 500 supply versus 200, 340, 460, 580. So yeah, there is a definite supply difference. And I do think that Night Phoenix's army is still the best on the map, especially because Shin is down and out. It does feel like you're missing the utility that the Zerg spellcasters were looking to provide. And I think with, you know, in comparison, Nightmare's also running around with an army that doesn't seem to be very effective against anything right now. Definitely makes this a little tough. I just don't know how much Bjorn and Ryung can do. Like I say, Nightmare's army seems ineffective, just purely Blink Stalkers against what is now just very tech units on every point of view. You know, Wayne has Infestors and Hydras. You know, the Terrans have mech. Night Phoenix has a Skytoss army. Stalkers don't really compare to any of that. Honestly, neither do the bio units of Bjorn. And I think that's where this game is going to come to a close, because we just don't have enough to really follow through and answer this anymore. See, Nightmare is now down to 30 supply as well. His Stalkers got caught and they got absolutely melted. So yeah, he really has nothing left either. And that means it really is the Bjorn Ryung show. Unfortunately, the Bjorn Ryung show is not scheduled to be an epic comeback. It really is just not meant to look like that. As Nightmare has not even rebuilt his base, so he's not got any mining. He's got some money in the bank he could maybe send to someone or so. Shin has a bunch of money he could maybe send over. It's not like the Terrans are struggling for money. They're probably more so struggling for production. And obviously, as they continue to get bullied back, they lose space on the map, which their opponents are taking advantage of. Night Phoenix, Wayne, Master Vazia, and Irradiant are all expanding comfortably for now and just getting themselves into better and better positions. The Stalkers get underneath there. The Oracle will go down. Hellions morph into Hellbats. Bjorn joins up with Ryung, and like I say, it's really down to them to do something about this. But the problem is they probably had to just go. Given time, the opposing armies are just getting even better and even stronger than they already were. Shin shows up with a few Vipers. Like I say, the tech of the Zerg is still important. And that's why I was sad to see Shin dropping so heavily, because I felt as though then he's not going to be able to provide a lot of the tech that you need to make these scenarios work out in your favor. I mean, it's going to be a chaotic fight, but I just don't see Bjorn and Ryung coming out of this okay at all. Tanks that mass matrix, so the Ravens have had something to say, but the carriers just step through. GG gets called, and we're going to get tied up 1-1 in this best of 5 final today in the 4v4 on the new maps. I'll go to Team Korea to make a map pick now as well, so their choice going into a game 3 of this series. All right, all tied up. Game 3 coming in a moment, guys. Give me a second. What map did we just have? Green Spill. Perfect. That's the players what they want to play on. Is loser map pick. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright, guys, just waiting for the map pick. See what we get between Netsphere Terminal, Mossfire, and Heavenwood. Mossfire, says Ryung. Yeah, this map was cool when we saw it earlier. Let's give it another run. couple of people about. Get into the right positions here. Looking good. Alright, they just need a second on the other team, so we'll give them a moment. Oh, get this going. Alright, Korean team ready. I'm just waiting for the other team to come through. They've all changed their in-game portraits. They've all changed their in-game portraits to match each other. This is legitimately why we were waiting, because they were all changing their portraits. The Korean team changed their portraits, and then the other team, I say the other team, just because obviously it's easy to call the Koreans, right? But the other guys changed their portrait in response. And that's why we were not ready to go straight away. That's why we had downtime here for the last 30 seconds or so. Everyone's having fun in the 4v4 finals, it seems. In the bottom left, it is going to be the Eastern European squad. Night Phoenix, Irradiant, Wayne, and Master Vazia. As we do have on the other side of the map. When we get there, it's going to be Ryung is the red Terran this time, and Bjorn is the yellow Terran, while Nightmare will be the orange Protoss, and Shin the pink Zerg. So a little bit of color swapping. That might confuse me, because Bjorn's been the red Terran all day, so if that does mess me up a little bit, I apologize if I misspeak who is who. Game 3 of this best of 5. And I always thought it was cool when players started to get like their own in-game portraits. I always thought it was really cool because like if you had two players who had their own in-game portraits, it really meant that you were loading into a matchup with two players that were at the top of the top, good enough to earn themselves a portrait of themselves inside of the game. I always thought that was such a cool concept and such a cool factor. I really loved that that idea. If they were, I really wish they did like winner portraits for like every tournament. It'd be so cool to be like Cyril's championship portrait as he loads into the game against like, you know, Bjorn's 2016 champion. I mean, obviously that exists because they both won a BlizzCon, but you know what I mean? Even for like smaller events. Or just something you could show, you know? Like, you remember when you could have the trophies in-game from the in-game tournaments? If you actually had a way to show in-game that you are the world champion, or something like that, I always thought that stuff would be really cool. Dreams. Dreams. Dreams, dreams, dreams. Spawn pool coming about. Command center's coming in. Take a couple of moments right here as we get this on the way. And the Reaper's coming about. Queen's and the Ling's on the way through at that Ling speed on as well. Going to be seeing the Reapers obviously starting to get some damage done, so it's Irradiant to try and start doing damage initially. We're going to proxy gate it up as well, so there's going to be big aggression hitting the Korean players here on game 3. And some more aggression. We've seen a lot of kind of mid-game aggression, right? This is really much more early game aggression we're getting out of this game. Proxy's coming up. I think this might be the first proxy we've really seen all day as well. So this is looking to be pretty fun. As the command center floats in overhead, the Reapers are going to go back and forth with each other for a few moments as well. Just going to be seeing a Hellion firing away onto the Reapers for a few moments too, taking a couple of opportunities. Ling's running in. The Reaper's going to deal some shots. We go back and forth. Obviously, the Reaper's here being used aggressively, and the Zerglings are Wayne backing it up as well. What can we do is, obviously, Hellions are going to be a big important part of this defense. Can we keep those up effectively? Ling's fighting Lings. The Reaper's going after SCVs now. Beyond just has to retreat away, trying to get this Hellion count to a number that can protect itself. He loses 2 out of 4 there. Still going after those Reapers over there. 2 reinforcements are pushing on forward. Can we get a defense going? Beyond is the one that's getting hard bullied right now, but they're not hitting everybody. Ryong is pretty safe. Nightmare seems pretty safe. I don't even think Shin is in too much trouble. Shin has the biggest issue with this low ground base maybe being a very exposed area. He's got a couple of Banes to try and help him out with. Lings are coming around as well. We're starting to get the cleanup. At the very least, Master Vaz's being pushed back. Irradiant's being pushed back. It's mostly just Ling Stalker now. And I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. The sword count is huge. Nine Phoenix has a lot of Stalkers, and that might be the biggest issue right now. Continue to chase through. Just a couple of shots coming about already. Seeing the Void Ray going to be there. Stalker's going to go straight after the Void Ray. Take that down right away. Cyclone's putting some work in. The Stalker's putting some work in. We continue to chase through. The Ling's getting into the front. Stalker's still hitting. A couple of those Stalkers taking hits right now. Damage being dealt. Reapers want to step through as well. Stalker's getting underneath. The Void Ray already going down. Stalker's really absolutely doing a lot here. Those Lings still helping out a lot. The Banshee from Ryong. Sorry, is that Bjorn's Banshee? Bjorn's Banshee just gets scanned and taken down. Are we surviving? I think we are surviving here. I don't think this is doing enough. I think the Lings are going to start getting whittled down. I don't think the Stalker count is going to be maintainable. I mean, we do have Reapers still showing up on this, from the Terran players as well, but I don't think those Reapers are as threatening as they were. The Reapers were much more threatening at the 2-3 minute marker. Now, not quite so much. Banshee on the other side, getting rid of drones as well, so you do see that being a factor too. Well, Shin is actually going to be out of this, so maybe Shin is dead, and then it kind of becomes a 3-man game. Well, I mean, Wayne's kind of pretty dead as well, so Shin and Wayne are both being sacrificed. The Zergs being thrown to the water here. I mean, there's still a few units left for each of those players, but they are definitely lower on supply than anyone else. Reapers stepping through. Reapers have a lot to do here. I mean, these Reapers have so much value in them. Beyond obviously having to evacuate the command center. Ryong is very comfortable though, and he's just producing Cyclone Hellion at a good pace. Banshee again getting some good damage output here. It will go down, but it really did its job of just getting a bunch of shots off and really getting some DPS out there. Cyclone's trying to wrap around, but the battery's doing work as well. Extra Stalker's warping in. I think we're just in a little bit too deep right now. Reinforcements are going to start doing a lot. Radiant is losing all of his economy back on the other side of the map as it's, I think it's an Oracle? Yeah, an Oracle is just getting rid of all of the SCVs over here, so SCV's going down. And that means that Irradiant and Rain are both out of supply. So it's Night Phoenix and Master Vazia to try and win out. And none of the Koreans are hurting as much as that, even though the aggression for the start of this was all on their side of the map. Stalkers going through, chasing down Lings, chasing down other Stalkers. We get the hatchery still setting up. Sally and Cyclone going to come through, and those other Stalkers in some trouble already. I was going to say, GG's going to get called here. This is Team Korea looking a little bit too good. As we end that game with all the Monster Energy logos on the screen as well. Again, thank you to Monster Energy for making the Team Liquid map contest a thing. Without them, we'd see less maps. We wouldn't have this tournament series either. So thank you to Monster as per usual. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Alright, game number 4 will be the map pick once again of the Eastern European team. See that what they would like to choose is they're now down, and they must win 2 in a row. Sorry, yeah, see, no, it's still back to their map pick. Obviously, Ryong picked this one, but yeah. That was a fun one to watch. Yeah, the early aggression is oftentimes quite fun in these scenarios. I'm with you right there. I like it. Let's wait for the map pick, guys. Coming on through. Oh. Decided to change the wire that links my headset to the audio setup today. Glad everything has worked smoothly. It's nice I'm not cutting out of my own ears anymore. I had this wire sat here for like 2 months because it was pretty bad a couple months ago, then it kind of fixed and it's just gone bad again, so I was like, you know what, I'll actually change it now. It was bad a couple months ago and it took a few days for the wire to arrive. By the time the wire arrived, it seemed to have fixed itself. Happy to get it switched over today though. Probably put the rest of this back somewhere. Ay. Heavenward gonna be the map. It's very easy to sort the players onto the correct teams when they all have the same portrait. Bum ba da dum ba da bum ba da bum bum bum. And nearly there, guys. Nearly there. One more player joined the lobby. Miss Nightmare currently. Oh, Nightmare joined, but Master Vazia failed to join, so give it a couple more moments. We'll hopefully get this set to rumble. Beautiful. Alright, everyone's into the lobby finally. A little bit of relogging required, but I think we are able to ready up and kick off into Game 4. Yo, you know that room? I was just thinking about it, Mark. I was like, man, it's so weird. Like 2 weeks ago, I was like 2 weeks ago today, there was like all the StarCraft people were in this room, like just like stood there or here and stuff. I was like, man, that's such a weird, it's such a weird prospect that everyone was here for a day. You really, this whole thing was very surreal to me. Like seeing people at like my local airport, seeing people like in my city, seeing people at my house is like, it was so surreal. The wedding was in there. It wasn't in here. It was just, we had everyone over to our house the day before, because we got married pretty close to where we live, so the day before we had some food and stuff for people. So it was, yeah, everyone, a lot of people, not everyone, but a lot of people came over the day before, and obviously the Wardy studio room tour took place. We should have just gone live for like, you know, we should have just gone live for 10 minutes. Everyone could say hi. Should have put the stream live for 10 minutes just so people could wave at the camera. But yeah, like I say, it was very, very weird to see everyone kind of in my it's still kind of like I can't believe it happened almost. People like came from all over the world. Literally, I don't know if people actually came for the wedding or if they just came to see the WardiTV studio, but like, Either way, pretty crazy, you know? Either way, pretty crazy. Alrighty. Game's coming up as we get it rolling. They win because they love me? No, you don't. You clearly don't get the StarCraft 2 guys vibes. I think they felt pressured to come because they either need replays or tournaments to play, and one or the other, you know? You were the only one with no ulterior motive. Yeah. Yeah. You're just trying to get a second trip to Singapore out of me, Mark. I know what it's like. I see how it is. True, yeah. Yeah, I saw behind the the facade. That or you just had the coolest suit possible to wear and you know, just needed somewhere to wear it to. One of the two. One of the two. Reaper, I'm gonna get a Proby. We're just gonna have ourselves the second Reaper coming across. This obviously is gonna be a step back from the aggression that we saw in the third game. So obviously you'll poke around a little bit here, but they're not committing to tons of Reapers. They're not committing to a whole bunch of stuff. It's gonna be seeing the Reapers diving through. Just gonna shoot. Marine goes down. Reactor coming up on the barracks. We'll see the factory. Getting the SCV there as well. This is obviously just very standard early game pressure and back and forth action, so nothing really too crazy here just yet. Very much so just the expected Reapers poking in, scouting being made, players figuring out what is going on. Oracle gets the SCV, little revelation, bringing the Oracle back up with a bit more energy again. Just going to get that back right into place. Again, the Hellions coming up across the board. Factory in the Tech Lab coming, the Starport building. Still got that refinery on the way in as well. Oracle will activate and go after the Adept. Just going to look to take that down. Starport going to swap on over to the Tech Lab. Again, the Oracle just going to take a moment to fly about. Phoenix going to come through. Oracle going to get hit at a little bit. Going to be seeing the Oracle getting the recall off right there. And Philip Reigniter's coming up. We got the feelings just engaging into... Oh my god, I was so confused. I was like, what? But those are... It's because Shin is pink and Wayne is purple. In terms of the grand color scheme of the game, it's fine, but like I didn't realize the two Zergers are going to look so similar there. I was like, is he attacking his own drones? The right thing not quite showing up on those lings as bright as it does on the scoreboard. But yeah, no, in the previous games, Wayne's been blue, so it hasn't been that much of an issue. So we're going to see the few Hellions are going to step back along. The Phoenix up to the top, a couple of carriers, the air weapon upgrade. On the way through here, the Hellions are going to fight, and we are going to see a little bit of back and forth between all of the Hellions there. A little recall coming in, a few Phoenix are going to join, and they're going to get a few lifts off as a couple of those Hellions get lifted up into the sky already. So far, so good. Can I switch to team colors? I really don't like the team colors though, because if you put team colors on, what happens if you put team colors on is like, how do I tell the difference between Bjorn and Ryuk, you know? To me, even the difference between races, like, for example, like Blue Terran and Blue Zerg units started like meld into one as well. I personally like the colors still being separated. And last time we put team colors on, I think we did a vote in the chat and everyone preferred it like this rather than with the team colors, so we're going to keep on doing it like this. I think it's a preference thing overall, but I think the majority of people kind of prefer it this way. As Nightmare has the Phoenix, they're going to try and fight against some of these interceptors. Hellion Cyclone trying to push up the front as well. Cyclone lock on gets a Phoenix. Just going to see the few of the Lings gathering together. BC still joining together too. I also just tried to turn team colors on and it didn't work, so I don't even know what the hockey is apparently, as the Phoenix come in and they do some lifting again. Again, the Phoenix are nice, but you got to just protect them, right? You don't want them to go down freely to these carriers. You want to keep their numbers up. You can try and target down the Cyclone there, which they do get. The Cyclones of Ryung, however, are now in trouble. And a little bit of chaos on the ground. BC just up in the skies as well. Gonna see a couple of BCs out from Bjorn. He's completely changed his play style, huh? Completely changed his idea. Minefield coming through, the Cyclones and the vehicle plane coming about. It's going to be seeing a couple of starports coming around, missile turrets as well. Phoenix still setting up for the moment. Battle cruisers putting a bit more damage in, a little bit more coming out right here. There are the carriers trying to get involved as well, firing those interceptors out for the moment. Nicely for the moment. Cyclone's just going to lock onto these BCs, and BCs do good harass and teleporting home. They may be able to help against these Lings of Wayne, which have just arrived to run by into this mineral line. Some of them already going to continue up as well. And Bane still gathering up, just going to be seeing the Forge on the way in. Cybercore about to complete. Carriers are still in production, as we will see the Lings continue to come over there, and we do have the Phoenix making their way out. A couple of those Lings going to start getting nibbled on right now. Going to try and find a little bit more damage as the Zerglings get jumped on as well, so finding some value. The Zerglings still getting picked away at. The Phoenix are going to be gathering around as well. Obviously, this mass air army of Night Phoenix, every game that's been successful for the for this Night Phoenix team has been when Night Phoenix has successfully gone to a lot of these carriers and a lot of this air army, and when the other team has had real issues dealing with it. I wonder if the BCs are going to be a good answer though, because BCs can Yamato down a bunch of those air units as well and maybe get involved. Tempers are going to love fighting the BCs, but yeah, I wonder if the BCs can be more of an action. I mean, it's the first time we're seeing no Marines or anything, or Bioforce being brought in from the Koreans as well. Cyclone's going to lock. Phoenix goes down. We'll see the upgrades all kicking through the battle cruisers up that right-hand side. 4 BCs still in production, plus 2 vehicle plating, plus 1 ship weapons. Continuing to come about for the moment. The BCs still flying toward the upper right side of the map here, as our carrier Tempest Force joins in together. Tempest will get there. Just going to be seeing the watchtower getting cleaned up. BCs will make their way to that upper right-hand side, jump onto that hatchery. Take that one out already. Just going to see the rest of the Cyclones still gathering. And the battle cruiser is going to join together as well, as they just teleport back home and just, again, get ready to play a bit more defense, perhaps. Look at Nightmare go, by the way. He's on his way to the carrier force, too. We've not really seen Nightmare be the leading supply player in the game so far. But this is a game where he is also going to be kind of stepping up into that late game army and getting there fairly successfully. You're involved with the Hellbats, so you have the Cyclones coming about here. The Time Wolf coming down, and again, just the air army obviously moving around. We do see a bit more of a progressively stationed force from the Eastern European guys, as they are pushing down the left side and into that bottom left corner at the moment. The carriers and the Phoenix continue to join together. Obviously, the Corruptor's making a step forward in this as well, also looking for an opportunity. Interceptor's going for some big plays right now, and yeah, Cyclone's still gathering up together too. Just going to see the Corruptor's going to go caustic spray down the hatchery. That hatch is going to get dropped here, as a few Corruptors going to get onto the Overlord already as well. Alien Cyclone will make a little bit of a bid forward. Everything else joining. The Corruptors getting involved as well. Just going to be seeing the BCs looking for a bunch of Yamato cannons. Coming straight through. Carriers and company taking some damage. Just going to be seeing a big fight coming out then. Honestly, I think this is the scenario where the BCs are going to do well. There's a ton of Viking Corruptor as well. I mean, this is just going to be utter chaos. Take a screenshot and print it as the box art for StarCraft 3. That's where we're at right now. Got to make that comment. I think it's an official rule. When you see a fight like that, the box art comment has to be made. I want to say the Koreans are winning. I think the BCs and the carriers there are doing very well. And I saw a few units going down. A lot of stuff getting blasted. Hard to really say. It's even hard to look at all the supplies all at once. Night Phoenix has lost the most. He's definitely down hard when he was one of the leading suppliers before this fight. You're going to see Shin counterattacking and hitting the Zerg player as well. So Wayne's in trouble. Oh my god, Wayne's at 65 supply. I didn't realize how dead he was. He had a lot of Corruptors in that previous fight, no? And they just disappeared as well. They disintegrated to the battle. And Radiant is still maybe the strongest as he tries to get something done. Shin just running lings around anywhere and everywhere for the moment. The missile turret's trying to go after those battle cruisers as well. And the BC is going to take a turn back onto this carrier and look for a little bit more value. That was a pretty ridiculous fight, like I say, just across the board. I think you can really see the power of the Koreans coming out of this. The BCs just go straight across the other side. SCV's being ransacked. Tell you what, Master Vazi actually has a lot of supply. He is the player who had a lot of Vikings in that last fight. And there they are showing up just as the BCs decide to teleport out of there. Interceptor still flying through. Tanks in some trouble. Oh, Wayne's just out of here. Oh, they're all out of here. They're just going to say GG. I thought we might have still had a fight or two coming up. Like, don't get me wrong, so Wayne's in trouble. He's kind of dead. And I do think the Koreans hold control, but I thought we might still have another fight or two left in us. But apparently not. GG gets called. Byun, Shin, Nightmare, and Ryung are champions of the 4v4 Team Liquid Map Contest Tournament. Well done, guys. Well done. After all of the adversity playing the 2v2s and the 3v3s and not getting anywhere, it just took all the Koreans joining together to fight in the 4v4 to get them a win. Beautiful. Alrighty, guys, that's it for us today. We are back on Sunday with the 2v2 all-kill mode. So I've got all players but one. I'm looking for one more Terran. I've got an invite pending that we just need someone to reply to. I don't have it open anymore. Hang on. Let me get my sheet open. So my invites for the 2v2 all-kill are HARSTEM, MaxPax, SHOWTIME, Goblin, Spirit, Thermal, Lambo, Wayne, and a Laser. And I'm looking for one more Terran to join that list to make it a 10-man event, 5 players on each team. HARSTEM and Thermal are going to be team captains. They will be picking the teams, sending forth their players, making the strategic decisions. And yeah, that's where that's going to go. So that's on Sunday. I'll be off tomorrow taking a day out. So yes, look at me out slacking once again, not doing StarCraft. Isn't that crazy? Crazy business, I tell you. Crazy business. All right. Now that StarCraft's out of the way, guys, do you want to complain about the patch? Joke's on you. I'm not going to let you. I'm going before. 5-man teams keep playing on 2v2 maps. Yes, so the way it works is that you have each team sends forward 2 players. They play a 2v2 best of 3. If this team wins, let's say this team on this side wins, this team loses a player. So then they must send forward a new player to make another team, and they play best of 3, and that continues until one team can't make a 2v2 team. I did initially suggest that when you get down to only one player, you should have to play 1v2. That got vetoed. Apparently that's not cool. No one's into that. I thought that would have been funny, but that part got punched back. So once they can't field a 2v2 team, that team wins. It's essentially a best of 7, I believe. I think you've got to win 4 best of 3s, and if you win 4 best of 3s, because that would eliminate 4 players on this side. Yeah, if you eliminate 4 players, then there's no extra player to make a 2v2 team. So it's basically a best of 7 with different teams playing each other each time. And obviously, if one team just keeps winning, that team just stays on. So there is that all-kill element to it. But it's essentially a best of 7. I'm pretty sure the most amount of best of 3s we can have is 7. So should be pretty fun. And that'll be on all the 2v2 maps. Was that the finals? That was the finals. Yes. There was only 4 teams entered. It's been a kind of a low amount of teams each of these events, but honestly, we've made it work with the events. I'm trying to think what happened last time we did the We had a lot of 2v2 teams when we played the 2v2 last time. 3v3 was... We had way more teams last time. I think it's probably just been a bad time. Also, honestly, I kind of announced it late. A little bit on me. I got a little bit caught up and... a bit busy with... just kind of getting married and stuff, so I've been a little bit slow to do things, so... Have I seen all the bugs in the PTR patch? No, I didn't realize any Zerg players were even playing the PTR. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. I heard siege tanks are not neural parasitable because they made them like heroic units. Units going through storm without getting damage. Units getting damaged after leaving storm. Oh, I didn't see that. I thought the units going through storm without getting damaged is just because of the time at which the storm ticks at, which is just... Yeah, I didn't realize they weren't taking any damage. I've not seen that, but... The 50% reduction is applied before armor. Is that for microbial shroud? Or what? Sorry, I'm lost. Confused. Microbial shroud. I have no... Microbial shroud is such a mysterious spell to me. I honestly have no opinion of this change right now. It seems good, I guess, but I don't really know. Like I haven't seen microbial shroud, and I haven't really been able to think about what that really means, you know? Was that screenshot real with the 8-second 5-tick storm and no more abducted siege tank modes? I'll see you next week, it's all bad. Nice. Perfect, that's what we like to hear. Yeah, I think they need to change some stuff. But I mean, they have changed stuff in PTRs in the past. I can't imagine this is it. They're going to throw the PTR on and they're going to change things just as it is. I think they'll listen to what the community says about a lot of it too, so... But we'll see. How can they release a PTR without proper testing? No, we are the testers. That's the thing. We're testing the PTR. Yeah. Alrighty, guys. Thanks so much for watching today. I appreciate you guys. If you have enjoyed, hit the follow button, like and subscribe on YouTube. Support here on Twitch, Prime sub, etc. Obviously, we're trying to get back on track. I am here not tomorrow, but then Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday I'll be here for 3 days, and then I'm away for my little honeymoon thing, and then we come back after that. We will be much more on the grind, ready to go. I've got a couple weekends away in October, but it's like Saturdays, Sundays, Mondays, and then I'll be back for the most part, so should be fun. Alrighty, guys. Yeah, I'll see you guys on Sunday. Is that a real placeholder honeymoon? We're calling it the mini moon because we want to go on like a bigger trip for our honeymoon, but we want to do it like next year. So we're calling this our mini moon, where we're just going away for like 5 days. I mean, when we go away next year, we're only going to go away for a week, but we want to go to Singapore again. But we didn't want to do that now, and we didn't want to do that. We also don't have someone to look after Ellie for a full week right now, because our dog boarder started part-time work, so she can only have Ellie part of the week. So we are figuring that part of life out as well again. So yeah, we're calling it the mini. This is why I sound so hesitant when I talk about it, because I'm like, oh, going on my honeymoon. Because to me, I haven't been calling it the honeymoon. Me and Helen have been calling it the mini moon. And I'm very aware that if I just call it the mini moon out of nowhere, people are gonna be like, "What the hell are you on about, bro?" But yeah, that's why we just have a time frame where we want to go on a bigger trip and stuff. So we're gonna do that next year, and this is just because we have somewhere we want to go. That's gonna be a little bit of a shorter time, like I say. So I'm going Wednesday through Sunday, which isn't like a short time either. Just obviously for a honeymoon, I think you probably expect to go away for a bit longer as well, right? So yeah. Alternative is people asking, didn't you do that already next year? I feel like people will probably ask us that anyway, right? But yeah, because I appreciate when I talk about it, I probably sound awkward because I probably hesitate as to what I'm calling it. It's literally just because to me it's like it is the honeymoon, but it's like we're also gonna do like our proper honeymoon next year still, so we kind of know that, you know. That's when he says the early thing. It doesn't really matter what it is; it's just a trip away. But you know, clearly I have to justify a trip away to the Twitch viewers, because if I just take a trip away, you know, people will be like, Wardy lost his passion, unsubscribed. You know, I took 2 weeks off to get married and the sub count screwed, the viewership's down the drain. It's actually crazy. The average viewership from before getting married to after is like I get consistency is important, but like when you see how important it is, I really find it fascinating. Our average viewership for basically August was like 878, and our average viewership for September has been 400. So it's kind of crazy. Like, I think this is one of the hardest that the lack of consistency has ever really hit. To be fair, it's also very rare that I take 2 weeks off without there being other big events going on. But yeah, the viewership is struggling right now, and I think some of it obviously changes is also dependent a little bit on the fact that obviously right now we are also kind of casting team games. We also casted Maestros, which was like a joint cast as well, so it's not like we've casted like our own big events, but I think the Monday Cup was a good example where this Monday we had quite clearly the worst Monday viewership in a long time. Usually our Monday Cups average at about... I want to say our Monday Cups usually average at about like 800, 900 viewers. Our Mondays are one of our better streams usually. And this week's Monday Cup averaged at 394. And that's after we already streamed over the weekend, you know? So yeah. There's been a substantial decrease in viewership for SC2 as well. Yes, I think that's why it's so nice to see a patch, because I think a lot of people are a bit sick of watching StarCraft right now because they think the game is a bit too broken. So I think the fact that at least we're seeing the potential of seeing a patch is very important. So yeah. It's streaming live is brutal as per usual. Thank you so much, by the way, Orion Cisco for the 3-month resub, and Jeff on the 100 bits as well. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. The drop of viewerships because my female fans realize I'm not in the market anymore. Yeah, I know. I said this as well. I told Helen we have to get married in secret. She said that's not reality. So I was like, look, when we have no money anymore, you're gonna realize, you're gonna realize the mistake we've made here. But yeah. But yeah, just the way the Twitch works. Consistency is so key. I've said it for years. That's why I've been always extremely good about just streaming, and just putting in hours as well. Because there's also the consistency in streaming day to day, but there's also consistency in being like, hey, being live as much as possible really does help. Yeah, so that's yeah, it's just a thing at the end of the day. I think what's super crazy is that the YouTube viewership didn't take a hit at all, by the way. The YouTube viewership came back and maybe it took a little hit, but it was nowhere near as decisive as what happened on Twitch. YouTube just picked up right where we left off. It's been great. Meanwhile, Twitch is just like, pain. Viewership is not existent right now. Yeah, like I say, to be fair, it's not like there's a lot of tournaments that should have better viewership. Like even the Maestros tournament should have had better viewership when there was other people streaming it. RSL viewership, I think, has been pretty darn poor this season. Like yesterday, they had Maru Raynor. If you have a Maru Raynor 5-game series that goes to 5 games, I kind of feel like you should probably peak up above 1,000 viewers. And I don't think they got above 1K while Maru Raynor was on. I might not be exact on that, but like to me, that's concerning in general, you know? Is it the algorithm Twitch uses to recommend streams? I wonder if it's just... It might be that. It might also just be the fact that, like, if people are used to just turning on the stream... Like, if people are used to putting Twitch on, and they're used to saying, like, oh, I'm going to put Twitch on and I'm going to put Wardy on. If you're used to doing that, and then for, like, an extended period you can't do that, then people might be like, oh, I'm in the mood of putting this guy on right now, you know? So, I think there's, like, that aspect to it as well, because me and Helen are the same when we do, like, when we kind of watch like stuff at night and we're just looking for background noise and we're like, oh, we usually just put this guy on, but if that guy's not on for a week, then we get into watching someone else. Not even because we're necessarily even paying that much attention, just because that's what we're used to clicking. So it's probably a bit of everything, to be honest. It's probably just a bit of everything. I don't think it's really that serious or that deep. It's just, it's never fun as a streamer coming back and grinding away and the viewership not being there, because viewership is really rough, because like I have a sponsorship opportunity right now, but I can't really make the most of the sponsorship because the viewership isn't good enough. So I'm putting off the sponsorship, hoping I can still pick it up maybe when I'm back from the mini moon, in hopes of getting some more viewership and some more clicks on it. But it has this big knock-on effect, and especially it's kind of rough when you run tournaments, and I also really rely on the ad revenue. So having the lesser viewership really hurts the ad revenue, which really hurts us being able to run more events, because now my next event, I'm basically gambling. When I run the Korean Royale, I'm basically gambling because I have not had consistent viewership and ads for the last month or two. And so when I run the Korean Royale, I need that to do well, because I need that ad revenue to help justify the cost of the Korean Royale. It's not like the last month or two's been okay, so I already have the money kind of set for Korean Royale. I need the Korean Royale to do well, right? So it's kind of, it's this really weird kind of like I believe it's going to be okay, but like everything I do right now is a bit of a risk, right? So yeah, like I say, that's just how life works. So yeah, and it's September, but I've not even made the word. I actually think the best September deal comes up when we go away for our little mini moon thing. Why am I going for it as well? Sorry, I saw this question, I didn't get to it. We're going to Rhodes. Hey, what's up, Jeff? Thank you for the 100 bits Korean Royale deposit. Appreciate it, thank you. Those fools aren't true fans. To Rome? No, Rhodes. Little island in Greece. There's a, well, I'm not mentioning in case someone tries to dox me or something, but yeah, we're going to Rhodes. So we're going to Rhodes for a few days. I'll talk about it more when we come back. To Rogue? Yes, we're going to Rogue's house for for it. I better send you some pictures. Slowly, we are going to sit in our room. We have a mini pool in our we have like a patio area in our hotel room that has a mini pool. So I don't know if we're going to take any pictures. We're just going to sit in our patio and play games and read books. It's going to be very chill. I don't know if we're going to do much photo excitement-wise. What I really need is photos of the wedding, man. I'm sat here, I'm like, waiting for our photographer. Like, it's going to be another couple of weeks for the photographer to send everything. I'm like, God damn it, where are my wedding? I need some wedding photos, man. I don't even know what anything looked like right now. We got that little tiny video that I posted on Twitter / Instagram, and that's like the only thing that we got so far. I got some photos of Helen's mom, and that's like it. I'm so excited to see everything. What's up, Master Tom? Thank you for the 6-month resub as well. Congrats on the marriage. Thank you so much. Shirtless Wardy. You don't want to see shirtless Wardy. It's not like I'm hiding some hot bod under here, unlike you know, like Roddy was all those years. You know. Irene took a lot of photos. Yeah, well, she made the scrapbook for us. So we have seen the scrapbook. Slowly, the scrapbook is hilarious because for some reason, Irene did little cutouts of you and Jeremy, and she just put them in the middle of some of these scrapbook pages from the barbecue day, and you guys are just like little mini people in amongst all the other photos. It's really funny. When I get it out next time, I'll send you a photo of it. It's in a box now, though. Oftentimes people do the thing and put up a photo booth at the wedding venues for guests to photograph themselves. Yeah, well, Irene brought her camera, and she actually took a bunch of Polaroids of people, and everyone was like signed a guest book. And that was all Irene. She went around the room like 17 times, checking that everyone had done it. And it's very cool. And it was a very it's a very cool memento, because it really does have like, it has all the pictures from the day before when everyone was around the house, and then it's got all everyone's words and messages from the wedding. It's very nice. And she did some DIY to it as well. It's very cool. You need to go on my Discord to see what events are coming up. I honestly don't use the Discord anymore. I only use the Discord to send replay packs to subscribers. Turns out I'm not interactive enough to get people to talk constantly on Discord anyways, so... Giving the guests all their own cameras with films a bit risky. Irene took the lead. She helped everyone out that needed help and stuff. Irene was just a superstar. Irene was the maid of honor. She definitely carried her role quite heavily. Yeah. Yeah, Harstem's lucky that Irene was the maid of honor, otherwise he would not have made it as the best man. The magician was also such a good idea. Yeah, he was great. Yeah, no. every time we went to the venue as on like an open night, he was there, and every time he was always really fun. We were like, we have to get him, and we messaged him, and he was like, oh, I can't do your day. And he's like, but I can come on the evening. And me and Helen were like, we thought it'd be good for like daytime entertainment, and he was like, no, it works really well at night, and it really did. It was sick. So yeah, it was really good. How do you get the schedule for upcoming events? Wikipedia. Wikipedia is the best place to look at events coming up. I mean, Wikipedia is just super complete. You can filter it by size of event you want. You can even just go into upcoming events and like Control F Wardy, and then you can just see like, you know, like this. Hang on. If you just Control F Wardy, for example, then you can be like, oh look, Wardy TLMC 2v2 Mondays PTR Cup Monday. You know what I mean? So you can just like do this, or you can be like RSL, and you'd be like, oh cool, RSL stuff. So yeah, or pig, and you can get the Picasaur cut. You know what I mean? So like, this is very useful. This is super accurate. There's very few tournaments that are not on this list. So I mean, I literally made this PTR Cup before, like 2 minutes before we started streaming today, and it's already on Wikipedia. Like, there's no way I could have put that on my own Discord or anything before now, you know? So, yeah. But Wikipedia is the place to be. There's also a TL calendar, but honestly, Wikipedia nowadays, because it has the upcoming events, is so good. TL calendar is really good when an event is live to find the streams. But Wikipedia is just really good. Like, TL calendar is not always up to date as well. Like, events may not be... Wikipedia is just the best. Like, Wikipedia is 90% accurate too. And I think 90% is doing it dirty, but just being, like, safe with my statement. So, I'd definitely say Wikipedia. Sometimes Wikipedia just makes up Wardy tournaments, and I just assume they're my idea and I run them. Yeah. That's what yeah. Wikipedia's just like, hey, Wardy, you're running a PTR Cup on Tuesday. I'm like, oh, yeah. I guess I am. Somehow this page just exists. I'm just like, okay, PTR Cup. Sounds good. Yeah. This will destroy your life. You put it on minor events now every day you're just drinking and watching. Yeah. No, Wikipedia is the best way to see it. This is why I don't use like the Twitch calendar, my own Discord. Like, the thing with all of these things is that there's some weeks where I'm very motivated to do all the little things that are kind of combined with streaming, right? Where it's like updating schedules, doing cool pictures, tweeting out stuff, you know, making little, you know, highlight reel, whatever. Like, but it's just so unsustainable because some weeks I've got real life, you know? And if you stream every single day and you've got real life, like, even just getting a YouTube upload up every single day is impressive. Never mind doing all the little things. And that's the biggest issue, is that, like, how, like, being consistent with all those little things is very tough. Which is why I gave up on having my own schedule on Discord and stuff. Because it's also not like I can just automate it to be like, oh, yep, I'm live, you know, 4 days of the week this year. Or whatever. Or 4 weeks of the day this year. Yeah, 4 days of the week every week. Because it changes every week most of the time, you know. So yeah, I just don't bother keeping that stuff up to date anymore. It's very difficult to do a lot of that, to be fair, so... Yeah. Alright guys, any more questions, any more words, any more discussion points? Otherwise, I'm gonna love you and leave you. I don't know, apparently our viewership just doesn't even drop off. I've been just yapping on for like 10 minutes and everyone's still watching. This is how we run an extra round of ads. This is how we make up for the lack of viewership, guys. We just do Wardy talks for an hour after the stream and run a bunch of ads with it. Brilliant. Love it. Love it. IRL mini moon stream? Probably not gonna happen. Wardy just chat and stream. So I mean, that's literally this. I mean, that's why we should just stream RuneScape. We can just do RuneScape just chatting, you know? I play RuneScape, I answer your questions. But then people see RuneScape and they're like, oh, I don't want to watch that. When really it's just me yapping on while I play RuneScape. Like, 500 people right now are just like, oh, Wardy's still in the StarCraft section, so I'll keep watching. But if I put the RuneScape section on and started to stream RuneScape while I talked, the viewership would just be like, blurp. Everyone instantly leaves. It's crazy. I mean, I understand. Who wants to watch RuneScape, but it's funny. Where's StarCraft? Yeah, StarCraft back tomorrow. 1v1 TLMC tournament will be after the mini-moon. 1v1 TLMC tournament is scheduled for the 7th of October onwards. Because I'm away that Monday. But then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days in a row. So yeah, four groups, 2 playoff days. So 7th of October. And then after that, we'll have... the only problem with that is that Wednesday is probably Liu Cup. I don't know if I can wiggle around it all, though, unfortunately. We'll have Korean Royale probably starting up after that, though. Yeah, I don't think I can wiggle that around at all, unfortunately. Yeah, it's going to be that 1st to 2nd week of October for the TLMC. Is RuneScape good? Yeah, old school RuneScape is really good. Depends what you're into. It's not for everyone, but like this game is genuinely like. I mean, I think over the last few weeks they've constantly been breaking their kind of player base records, like their concurrent player records. It's crazy. Do I think I could beat you in a PvT on the PTR with the new changes? I have no idea how good you are, so probably not. I've got no idea how good you are, so how am I meant to know? Talk about the new PTR. The new PTR is a controversial topic. How much of RuneScape is bots? Quite a lot, but there's there's a lot of very active players as well. The thing with the bots is like they're there, but if you just don't get caught up in it, you can just ignore them and it's whatever. They affect the economy, but usually in a way that benefits you. Or you just play Iron Man and you can't trade anyway and it doesn't matter. RuneScape is so boring. Yeah, I mean that's how some people feel about it. Do I think the PTR changes will be final? No way. There's 100% going to change. There's literally no way they're going to be final. If they were going to be final, they wouldn't have put them on the PTR. I think is the reality of it. If Blizzard were just going to be like, we're just going to do one change and push it live, they would have just changed it to the live servers, I think. Why? You know what I mean? So, yeah. They're actually banning a lot of, RuneScape's actually banning a lot of bots and stuff right now, actually. They're also banning a lot of people who are buying money, which means that the bots have no reason to exist. And they're actually banning people. A few people in my clan have mysteriously disappeared the last few days. Whoa, where'd they go? Funny. Interesting. They were suspicious already, and now they disappear when they start banning people for real-world trade. Surprised we even got a patch. I mean, I think like as an insider, I was also happy to see a patch, but I knew there was something coming because there was still like no one else was concerned, right? If that makes sense. Like no one else was genuinely no one else was concerned that nothing was happening, which made me believe something was happening, you know. So is it true the patch is not from the Balance Council? The Balance Council hasn't existed for like a year and a half. The Balance Council has not existed since like ESL Pro Tier. Balance Council was an effort from ESL to help Blizzard get patches in place because ESL could basically ESL didn't want to take priority or come up with their own ways of making balance. So what ESL did was they made the Balance Council, so ESL would basically take the pro players' opinions and thoughts, and they'd have a chat that had a Blizzard guy in there as well, and ESL would use that as a way to help Blizzard get patches out so that they could patch the game, which was good for ESL. But now that ESL doesn't exist, that doesn't happen anymore, and there's no one in Blizzard to help mediate the discussions, or no one in Blizzard wants to mediate the discussions. So the Balance Council doesn't exist. Also, the Balance Council, I feel like the Balance Council is one of the dumbest things I keep hearing about. People like, the Balance Council ruined the game. the Balance Council just made suggestions. It was just a group of players who made suggestions and shared their ideas on how the game was. There was still a guy at Blizzard / ESL that would just putting together the ideas and trying to come up with changes / taking suggestions of the change. It's not like the players were like, that's it, we're going to craft this and that's exactly how it should be, you know? So, yeah, I think the Balance Council commentary is... Yeah, I think the Balance Council commentary has always been a little bit silly because people seem to think it was just a group of players that were like changing the game in their own way, in their own favor, and it's just, that's not really the case. It was just a more direct version of, it was just a more direct version or direct way for players' feedback to be given toward Blizzard and stuff, you know? Whether casters or content creators in the council as well, I've got no idea. I have no idea who was in there. And the only things I ever really heard about is when I was talking to HARSTEM, and HARSTEM told me some stuff about it, usually about how, like, Spirit always had, like, this crazy idea, or how the Terrans were very motivated and the pros players couldn't be bothered to fight against the Terrans' crazy ideas and stuff, you know, so yeah, the Balance Council is one of these. To me, the Balance Council always seemed like this biggest... To me, the Balance Council seemed like such a disconnected idea from what the community thought the Balance Council was and what I thought the Balance Council was. Because the community seemed to think this Balance Council was like the be-all and end-all and that was it and they decided everything. I just don't think that was ever the case. What's up, Scorpion? Thank you for the 9-month resub. SE2 is back, hopefully. Hopefully. So yeah, the Balance Council stuff, and I love people are still on Reddit right now being like, the Balance Council's done it again! It's a really great way to print on your forehead, I don't understand what's going on. The community equals Reddit troll. Yeah, I to be fair, it's also a vocal minority, probably, just... Yeah, it's just funny to see it happening in real life, you know? But I mean, this happens all the time. Like, it happens with everything. It's kind of like the RSL discourse, not to, to step onto some treacherous water, perhaps, but it's kind of like the RSL discourse, where realistically, a lot of people are out there defending the RSL, defending what it's doing, and defending the prize money split and stuff. And there's not a single person involved in StarCraft 2 that thinks that's okay, right? But there's people out there that will defend RSL to the bitter core and to the bitter end, thinking it's incredible, it's all good, it's 100% the best thing that could be happening. I don't think there's a single person that's truly involved in StarCraft that actually thinks like that. And a lot of us are just sad because it could be something really cool, but we think it could have been done a lot better. And it is what it is, it doesn't really matter. Like, RSL is RSL, it's its own tournament, but, you know, a lot of people have... What's crazy is I think that a lot of people... It happened on both sides, right? A lot of people accused RSL of being kind of crazy bad, and a lot of people then defended RSL as being amazing, incredible, and it couldn't possibly be any better. And the reality is there's just a middle ground of, like, it could be better, but it's still nice to have an extra tournament, you know? So... yeah. I think it's one of those things where, like, it happens in every single situation. Where it's just, like, there's so few people who are just in the... Because there's probably a lot of people who are just in the middle, but because if you're in the middle, you just don't care, right? If you're in the middle, it's just whatever. So you're not invested enough to go onto... You're not invested enough to go onto Reddit or TL or to pick fights or to create conspiracy theories or to defend conspiracy theories with your own theories that are also just as made up as the conspiracy theories, you know? That was my favorite part of some of the RSL discussions where people would say kind of somewhat ridiculous things about RSL, and then people defending RSL would say just as made up things in defense of it. So, yeah. What would be a good place to find people for 3v3 or 4v4 games? The in-game game finder is not finding matches for you. I don't actually know. I actually have no idea. Get out of the loop with RSL, what's up with that? Oh, that's a long story. The TLDR is that the RSL prize money... The TLDR is, say RSL gets $10,000 to $11,000 a month on Patreon, and every 3 months they put on a $3,500 tournament. So the TLDR is just... The prize money is too small. And that's being fixed a little bit because they doubled the prize money, but that wasn't actually due to crowdfunding. They fixed the prize money because they got a sponsor. So that actually helped alleviate some people's being upset at it, but they're still not putting that much money into prize money. And obviously the defense from RSL's side is they are running an offline broadcast, and they needed to buy all the equipment and stuff, and they want to run an offline finals, etc., etc. It's just the split just isn't correct at the end of the day. Like, the split just isn't correct. And I'm not saying that, like, they could have spent a lot of money on production in the studio and stuff, but if they have, to me, that's also still not correct, right? Because at the end of the day, like, we're in a state of StarCraft 2 where, like, you got to try and help the people that make StarCraft happen, which at this point is the players. And RSL doesn't do anything for the players. So, yeah. Some more transparency. Yes, that's exactly all it needed, basically. I think as well it was just a very irking tournament name because it's like we're going to revive StarCraft, we're going to bring it back to greatness. And it's just like it's just another online tournament. And some people freaking love it. They think it's the greatest thing ever because to them, two guys sitting next to each other in a studio is the be-all and end-all and apparently makes it the difference. And that counts as great production. To me, that's no different to me and HARSTEM calling each other on Discord. You know? It's whatever. But some people love that, and that's great. And that's what a lot of people want, so that's great that they're hitting that market. But they also could have done that for way cheaper, right? Like, they could have gone to Tasteless's apartment and streamed from his setup and just bought an extra microphone and whatever. They could have done that without renting a studio. Is what I think it comes down to. So, yeah, I think it's just one of those things where, like, I don't even think there was necessarily a fault with the vision. I just think there was a fault with the costs and stuff. So. And I don't even know if they're pocketing money. From what I heard, I didn't talk to Tasteless about it, but from what I heard him telling other people, he was spending all the money on investing in the RSL. But that doesn't mean that it's smart investment, right? Like, I could also spend all the money that I made from the 2025 series investing in WardiTV. I could have bought myself a new PC, a new headset, and a new microphone. It wouldn't have made the show any better because I already have a PC, a headset, and a microphone. You know? But I could have, I think that's what the kind of problem is. It's like, if you just said what all the money was going to, people would, I think, be okay with it any which way, because they can be like, oh, okay, that makes sense, or, oh, I don't really agree with that, cool, then, but at least now I know, right now it's, like, in the dark, right, so, if you can put every dime into the prize pool, you get the best content. I don't necessarily think that's true either, though, to be fair. I think there is value in having kind of like things that aim to have offline events, but I do think there's got to be this middle ground of like doing the right thing. And I think RSL actually had the potential, like, imagine RSL was like a $20,000 league where they had 3 20K seasons and then an offline final. I think that would be amazing because people would be like, holy shit, this is the greatest tournament in StarCraft 2. Like, this is it. Like, this is peak StarCraft. All the players would play. None of the players would opt out. Everyone would make it their priority. All the other tournaments would work around it because it's a big deal. And it would be amazing, right? And I think that's where it kind of comes... I think that's what it kind of comes down to, is that, like, it could have been incredible, and instead it's just another tournament that has a couple of in-person casters, which some people really love, right? And I think that's the question. And could they afford to do like 20K per season? Or, maybe they couldn't, right? But like, yeah. You know what I mean? Like, I just think there's one of these things where, like, the reality of it is just that I think a lot of people probably see it could have been invested into better. And I personally think it could have been better, but it just depends what people want. Maybe if they said they were going to do that, a lot of people wouldn't have given them the love. I think you just got to find the balance of what you want to do, especially in the current market of SC2. Like, SC2 does not have a lot of money to throw around. So I think if you get the chance to make something great, you should make something great, you know? So... Had a Kickstarter campaign? Yeah, maybe it should have been a Kickstarter campaign. But they probably wouldn't have made as much money overall if they did a Kickstarter. Maybe they could have done a Kickstarter, then launched a Patreon, but then people probably would have seen them as money hungry, and that's probably something they're afraid of as well. So yeah. It's going back to my original point, though. In their lukewarm defense, they've only received a couple months of money. It just doesn't add up. Right now, they're about 5 or 6 months deep, so they're about plus 60k, and they've spent $7,000 on prize pools once this season ends. Because the rest of their prize money, because they doubled their prize money because of this sponsor. Right? So it's just way off, is what it is. And like I say, you can argue building a studio and stuff, but that's why I'm saying, like, was that necessary? Tasteless has a streaming setup. They said they spent a bunch of money on a broadcast PC, but all they're doing is running OBS and switching scenes, you know? So I think that's just where it's at. It's like... This kind of makes sense. I don't know if it's 60k, but like, when did RSL start up? When was it announced? April. So let's say their first payment came in May, and I think they've been at about 10k pretty consistently since then. So they got paid in May, June, July, August, September. They're about 50 to 60k in. Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. You can argue the increased presentation does attract sponsors. Yes, I mean that's also very true as well. I mean that's the whole thing, right? Like the whole concept of it is, I think they're aiming big. They're aiming to set up something that then can maybe be commercial. Like, the thing is, right, in 2 years' time, RSL could be this sick thing, and it's like, wow, that was their vision, and it really worked. And like, you know, I'll be eating whatever I'm eating, you know, I'll be saying I was wrong. I don't even know if I'm being, like, controversial. Like, I'm not even At first, I was very emotional about RSL, because they were the revival StarCraft League. They were going to do what no one else could do. And then they ran like what I would call a very mediocre tournament, you know, that I would just crack on TL and not make an announcement about. But it's whatever. But obviously their vision is about making this offline final and the studio and stuff, and maybe in 2 to 3 years that really pays off. I just don't know if StarCraft 2 is in a state where you can look to set something up for 2 to 3 years in the future that takes so much investment and so much building. Like, I don't look 2 to 3 years in the future. My life depends on StarCraft 2, you know? Like, I have no idea if I'm going to cast StarCraft 2 in 2 or 3 years. I would love to, and if my viewership is there, I probably will, because this is my life, you know? Like, this is what I plan to do, as long as we have players to do it. You know, to me, thinking about 2 to 3 years in the future, I'm thinking let's give the players as much money as possible so they keep playing StarCraft 2, right? So I think looking 2 to 3 years in the future via setting up a big studio and stuff is... Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, I just think it's one of those things where... Yeah. It's whatever. You don't know why Tesla's never addressed this? I think it's just because he believes in what he's doing and he doesn't think the people that are mentioning it have really much of a point. The offline finals is cool, yes. But the offline finals only just got made a thing within the last 2 weeks. Like, before 2 weeks ago, before Season 2, the offline finals was only going to happen if they made even more money on Patreon, and they never reached that goal. So now that they confirmed the offline finals, that is a cool bonus. Like, to me, that was a big step in the right direction for them. So, yeah. Why was that so bad? You watched a few RSL streams and didn't see anything wrong? No, I mean, RSL is a fine tournament, but it's also 2 guys sat in a room casting. And that's not very different to me being sat in a room casting, and I don't spend $8,000 a month to do this, you know? Before prize money. Like, that's what it comes down to. Like, there's nothing wrong with what RSL is. There's just always going to be a question of how much money is being spent on it versus how much money is... It's how much money is being spent on making it happen, and is that realistic, and is that something which is sustainable in current StarCraft 2? And, I mean, at the end of the day, like, people are happy with it, so... You know, at the end of the day, like, RSL is just going to keep being RSL because people support it. So good on RSL. They're making something happen. Like I said, I just think it could. I think it could have been something greater. I'm excited to see what their offline finals are like, though. That should be cool. Like I say, like when I saw they announced the offline finals guaranteed, I thought that was really nice because I think that was something that was really missing. So yeah. Is the 8K an upfront spend or does it always stay that high? I'm just saying 8K because they're making 11,000 a month off Patreon. And let me check this. They're making £9,000. So they're making $12,000 a month off Patreon, and well, I mean, they do a season every 3 months, let's say, and their seasons cost them. Let's say their seasons cost them $4,000. You can even say $7,000. Ignore the sponsor that they got that did increase the price. Well, even with $7,000, over 3 months they make $36K, and they spend $7K on a tournament. So like over 3 months they make $29K. That's a lot of money. And yes, there's Patreon fees. But then there's also the fact that they're streaming Premier tournaments and they're spamming ads and sponsors on it, so they're also making money off of streaming. But, you know, actually streaming the tournament also makes you money too, right? So, there's a... Yeah. Employing how many people? I don't know who they employ. I mean, Gemini seems pretty invested in working on it. I know Stakecasts on it a fair amount. But yeah, there's... I mean, like I say, like... The thing is, as well, it's like a lot of for the tournament that they run, they will get a decent amount back from subs and ads and stuff, right? So, I mean, don't get me wrong, you're not making bank off of this, but you're also getting okay YouTube viewership, and you're also promoting all of your streams. You're making all of your streams just better because if more people are watching your stream for RSL, Twitch is going to go and tell people to watch your stream more often when it's not RSL, right? So, I mean, employing people is a weird concept as well because realistically, RSL is on 4, 8, like 11 days every 2.5 months. So you're employing people for 11 days, and I don't think you need everyone every day because most of the guys we talk about are casters that aren't there every day, right? So, like this is why transparency would just be good if they just said we're paying this guy this much and this guy that much, and people are like, oh, that really makes sense. It's still probably on the more expensive side of what anyone else does in StarCraft, but it's whatever, right? So, Happy was observing a day. I mean, I can't talk observing myself, so. Casters usually have a day wait. They do, yeah. But people keep talking about employing them as though they're full-time RSL employees, I guess is why I'm talking about it like this, you know? Which is just not the case. Like, I think Gemini does a lot of the background work on RSL, so I can imagine he is, you know, maybe a bit more focused, and it's not just about the casting days for him. But also these days, like, these are also interesting days because the majority of RSL days are playoffs, which are like 2 hours long because it's 2 best-of-5s. Right? Am I going to employ others on my stream in the near future? No, I can't afford to employ anyone, man. I mean, I can't pay anyone to do anything. I just pay the players to show up and play, and I just try and do everything else myself. This is why I don't have enough... If I could afford to pay an observer, I would, because I freaking suck at observing. But the reality is that the cost of an observer versus me just following Indy's camera, it's just not worth it, you know? Look. Slowly, finally got paid after 7 or 8 years of being our lead moderator. Slowly, finally got paid. I took her to Korean barbecue a couple weeks ago. You know, she earned that Korean barbecue. Transparency is a good thing. Yeah, I think honestly, like I say, there's nothing wrong with what they're doing. It's just transparency would make a lot of people shut up. At the end of the day, right? And at the end of the day as well, I think it's still an interesting discussion point of like, because it's a completely different way of trying to run a tournament to what other people have done in StarCraft 2 for a long time. So as a tournament organizer, I think it's very fun to talk about and very interesting to talk about, right? So yeah. You would like a job? Well, thank you. Your job can be continuing to super chat, Bear. Thank you for the 2 USD on the super chat. Appreciate it. It's gonna take you 8 years to get dinner out of you. Look, if you came to my town, you can have dinner. You just got to get here first. Korean barbecue, thank you. There you go, slowly. They're paying us back. Ellie's expensive. She took 50% cut of the stream revenue. Yeah, Ellie appearing. This is why Ellie doesn't come on camera very much anymore. She's just way too expensive to maintain. Way too expensive to maintain. Oh. Alright, we really just yapped on for like an hour. His day rate too. No, she just doesn't come into the room unless there's food. And I can't afford to eat, you know? Poor streamer. Viewership's all gone. Yeah. Why are we even talking about RSL? It was in relation to, what was it in relation to? We got onto RSL for some reason. I can't remember why. We were talking about something specifically. You don't remember? Yeah, I know. I'm completely lost as to what happened. We were talking about something. I brought up RSL as an example. I have no idea. Oh, about how people talk about RSL. Yeah, my entire point originally was that it's silly how much people made up conspiracies about RSL on one extreme, and then people made up stuff defending RSL on the other extreme that was also just completely, just as factual as the guys making conspiracy theories up. That's where we were at. That's how we got there. Based on people talking about balance in the same way. There's so many extremes and no one in the middle. Yes, something like that. Reddit shit though. Yeah, something along those lines. Beautiful. What he said, I like the storm change. Yeah, the balance council. Yeah, people. Yeah, there we go. Because the balance council. Because people thought they knew what happened with the balance council. It's just not true. Yeah, the Redditors that know everything, even though they don't know nothing. Yeah, there we go. I like the storm change. I honestly thought the storm change was an interesting concept. I know a lot of people are against it, but like, I don't hate the concept of it. The numbers are clearly not right. But personally, I don't hate the concept of Storm being a different ability to what it was. Like, it sucks right now. But maybe they could change the numbers to make it okay. Maybe we don't need to change Storm at all. Maybe we just need to... This is what I was going to say, though, earlier during the stream, is PvT was genuinely a problem before Storm was a problem because of overcharge. Like, PvT started to be really crazy good for Protoss when they were already able to play, like, one Colossus and stand on the map. Because there was a lot of people like, Hero was so good at getting to one Colossus and instantly just stood on the map and the Terran couldn't do anything. You can't drop because you don't have enough units at home to defend the Colossus push. You can't attack, and the Protoss just mass expands behind it. And that problem got built on by Storm being really good and people being able to basically realize you could just build high Templars and overcharge. Because this is... Someone was saying, did we really need to make Vikings better too? And I was like, actually, yes. Because even if you remove the power of Storm right now, I actually still think PvT is a problematic matchup to some extent. That's where I was going to. Because I actually think... I think that's why we should then maybe just not change Storm. Because guess what? Storm should probably just be as it is, and then we should actually just fix PvT. If Corrosive Bow did half the damage but did 2 more shots in the same spot, in the same delay, you would think this makes no sense. Yeah, I mean, not necessarily. Like, maybe that's just how they change Corrosive Bow. If, like, if the first Corrosive Bow is too hard to dodge and there's a second one, then why does that have to make no sense? Like, I don't think Storm should do half damage. I think half damage is extreme. What I did think was cool is when I first read the notes, I really thought the idea of being like, oh, if I could Storm here, here, and here, for 5 or 6 seconds, the Terran can't justify moving through that. That buys me time, which is a lot of the time what Protoss want. right? I thought that was a very cool concept of Storm being more of a time-buying spell. The problem is right now is it doesn't buy you any time because you can just run through it. I still don't... That's what force fields are for. But you can't have force fields. I guess that's a very good point, because then you can't have force fields because sentries are so expensive. But then you can't have High Templar if all they're doing is zoning. Yeah, maybe that's what force fields are for. That's a good point. The idea of force fields. I think it's the idea... Okay. It's the idea of force fields, but Terran could still decide to run through. Like, you can still make the sacrifice of taking damage to come through. So it's not like you can't come through. You can, but it comes at a cost. So it's a decision on the Terran side once those storms are there. But yeah, I think the issue isn't Storm. At the end of the day... I like the idea of the Storm change because I thought it was fun to look at something in a very different light, and we just don't get to do that a lot in StarCraft 2. So I was more just excited for the idea of change. I think the reality is we just need to fix how many Storms people can have. Like, I think right now, when I watch, even when you don't talk about like early game Storm, I think it's really silly that you can just have 8 High Templar, and if you just have 8 High Templar, you can never attack in. That's crazy, no? But at the end of the day, PvT was not just a Storm issue. I think PvT is just a Protoss issue. Like, Protoss as a race, right? Protoss as a race was this race that had very powerful units, and to have these very powerful units, you had to defend a smaller area, you stayed much more contained on bases, you build powerful units, and then you got very strong units and a very strong army out of it while taking a slower economy. And Protoss was always very fragile because if you lost those big units, you were in trouble. And Protoss has developed so much to be this race that now expands way faster than Terran. Like, Terran had to expand faster than Protoss. That's now completely the other way around. But what happens nowadays is that Protoss can expand more quickly, and while you expand more quickly, you get to go into whatever tech you would like. And so you have great economy, and great tech, and a ton of units, because you have great economy, and splash damage. And guess what, as well? You can go onto the map. You can just walk onto the map because you have great vision. So you have map control, economy, tech. What doesn't Protoss have in PvT? Like, I think that's the issue with PvT. Like, you can just do everything. No other race can do everything at once. Other races are very good at doing certain things consistently, but they also have very clear ways they die if they do too much of everything, right? If you as a Terran player go triple CC and also try to like drop on the map, you just die, right? If you are a Zerg player and you try to all in while taking 5 bases, you just die. If you try and hold the map with units and you take massive, it just doesn't work. But Protoss can really just do all of the things. I'm not saying that necessarily like it's completely broken or anything. It's just the conceptualization of this race is just not there. Like, the way that Protoss works as a race is just so lost. It used to be a very specific idea, and the game used to work around that. And over time it changed, and it was fine that it changed, because Protoss had these periods where it wasn't as tech unit heavy. It was a bit more swarmy. It's been a bit more about taking faster bases. But then sometimes you could still take bases slower and tech harder. But now you can kind of do everything, right? And that's the issue, because Energy Overcharge gave you great scouting. It gave you really good defensive abilities with Storm. And like I said, before Storm even got figured out, the Colossus thing was becoming kind of crazy, that you could just have, as soon as you get one Colossus, you can just step on the map and basically contain the Terran while you mass expand. Like, it just became... like, Protoss just is too good at doing everything, I think. And clearly it's not too good at doing everything to the point it's unbeatable, because people can still beat it. But I always come back, I keep coming back to this in recent times, where I've watched a shit ton of StarCraft 2, and I'm not a pro player, right? I'm not a professional. I'm not the best out there. I'd say I have a pretty good kind of finger on the buzzer when it comes to kind of how things work in StarCraft. And sometimes, you know, I'm going to misread a fight. Sometimes I'm going to misread a situation. Sometimes I think this guy's winning and he loses 2 minutes later, right? But consistently what happened in PvT over the last 3 or 4 months is I will look at a game and be like, man, I really feel like this has been good for Terran, right? I feel like Terran has played a good game. They've harassed. They've put themselves in a good position, blah, blah, blah. And they just lose. And to me, like if that happens once or twice, I'm like, oh, Terran probably messed something up. But when it's happening every day I cast PvT, either I don't understand the matchup at all, or the game is a little bit off from where it should be, no? And maybe the game did just change to the point that I don't want to accept it's the way it is. And I think, and maybe that's kind of true. But it doesn't make sense to me that the Terran can have a great early game, have, you know, be able to set up, take full map control, and the pros can just sit there, down 40 supply, and just be like, well, you can't attack me, because if you attack in and I hit one good storm, bang, it's over. One set of zealots across the map, your entire army has to go back to deal with it, bang, you're in trouble if you lose 10 SCVs before you deal with it, you know? Like, it just feels so punishing to play versus Protoss that even when Terrans consistently got leads, I would say the Protoss won more often when the Terran had a lead than the Terran closed the game out. And, like, there's only so many times you can say, like, there's only so often you can say, well, why did the Terran keep attacking? Why did the Terran do... Because clearly if the best Terrans in the world keep doing those things, it's because they know that if they don't force the issue now, the issue just gets translated to later anyway, right? So is that not the... Like, that surely is a problem where if the Terrans feel like they have to force the issue, and even by forcing the issue, they throw away their advantages... Over a month, the Terran should be like, okay, we got to stop doing this. We got a lead. Let's sit back and take our lead and build on it. But clearly, that's not something they're comfortable about because they know just how good Protoss gets later on as well. So, like, where is the advantage for Terran? Like, I've seen some crazy leads lost for Terran players because they clearly just do not feel comfortable at all in TVP. And I feel like that's very difficult to argue about. Like, at some point, there's got to be something we do about that, right? Like it just feels... It just very clearly feels like something is wrong in this matchup. Like, I don't know what you want to fix about it. Like, and I think what's interesting is I think there's so many points where there's so many ways in which you could argue is the problem that maybe you just need to fix one of them. Like, if Terran could genuinely be consistently competitive in the late game, then it doesn't matter that everything else is the way it is, because then if Terran get a lead, they can go into the late game in a good position and feel okay. Right now, if a Terran goes into the late game in a good position, they probably tell you they feel like they're losing the game. Because Terrans don't want to play late game because it's so unfavorable. And that's fine if late game's so unfavorable, but then if you have a good early and mid game, you should be able to capitalize on that. But you can't do that either. So where are the Terrans meant to win in TVP? Like, for a while, it was like really shitty 2-base all-ins, and that's not fun to watch, but it was an answer. But now Protoss have gone to the point where those tank pushes get denied so often while the Protoss are still doing all their normal things. Like, sometimes the Protoss die, right? Like, sometimes they get... But, like, it's becoming less and less common. Like, Bunny, who to me is one of the absolute timing Terrans of the world, has given up on timing builds versus Protoss because more often than not, he just gets swatted away and he's playing a losing game. So now Bunny's trying to play macro games in TVP. Like, not everything has to be fixed, right? Some things can stay the same. Maybe Storm stays as this thing that you can sit on and defend with amazingly, but then Terran needs to be able to expand a lot and take an advantage and feel good about it. But that just doesn't happen right now, you know? Something somewhere and some part of that matchup has to be fixed, really, because, like, it's just not okay. Like, I mean, it really isn't. I feel like I've watched enough games. I was very quiet and accepting of it for a long time. I really believed at EWC we were going to see the Terrans figure it out and show us what was what. And it was just more of the same. It was just more of the same. I think that is the... Yeah, I just think that's the problem. How come hallucinations have full vision when adept shades don't? Yeah, I mean... Maybe we target hallucination. I mean, but what do you change about hallucination? Realistically, a hallucination either gets in and sees everything or doesn't. Even if you half the vision of a hallucination, it's still going to see everything. I mean, maybe it puts more emphasis to deny the hallucination, but you only need to see very small things to know everything from the PVT, right? I mean, I guess if the vision range is decreased, then it's more easy to snipe it too, so maybe that is kind of cool. Yeah, maybe something like that. Hallucination nerf. I still think there's a problem, though, of, like... I still feel like that puts the matchup in a place where Terrans then are just all-inning to win, and I still don't think that's fun. No one enjoyed the Queen Walk period as EVP, right? No one really enjoys watching Terrans tank all in every other game because that's their chance. I think it would be better to fix something that makes Terran viable either in the more mid-game or more late-game. And like I say, it doesn't have to be both, but just give them a pathway to win. Or a pathway that feels good, you know? So yeah. It's tough. I don't know what you fix. It kind of depends. Like, this is where we'd benefit from having a game designer still, because, like, at least they could have a vision for what it looks like. Like, right now, my vision of fun PvT is very different to Billy Bob in the chat's vision of fun PvT, is very different to the pro player's vision of fun PvT, right? You know? And so which of us should get the right say, you know? At least if we had a game design, they could be like, no, I really want PvT to look like this, and that's just what it is, you know? So, yeah. Honestly, like I say, I didn't mind the concept of maybe trying to play around with Storm being different, but this Storm change obviously is not it at all. So, yeah, I think, yeah, it's rough. I think the problem is the matchup is just... I actually think the problem started years ago, because Protoss has slowly been given... And don't get me wrong, Protoss have clearly needed ways to win because they've struggled. But I think we've given Protoss have been given so many wins to be so many ways to be somewhat viable that all of a sudden now they've got all the ways to play, right? Whereas instead of just being like, no, Protoss, you should just really suck in that state of the game, but hey, if you can do this, you should win. Instead, we just kind of made them better at that part and that part and that part, but not good enough to win overall until now. And now you've got this problem where they're almost too good in too many phases of the game. But then it's also still a super fragile race, so they still lose a bunch. And so it still kind of feels as though it's maybe not super crazy, but it clearly is a problem. Yeah, it's difficult. It is difficult. I just don't know what you fix about it. I think the problem is starting with like an overcharge and like a hallucination change could be great, but if that's not enough, we're waiting 9 more months with Protoss killing Terran on every game with Storms. You know? And that's the issue. That's why I almost liked the Storm change, because I'm like, man, it's a bigger change, it's a bigger idea. And like, I don't... Even if you can't play with Storm, you still have Colossus and Disruptors are still pretty darn good in PvT. Maybe, and obviously Storm right now in this PTR is terrible, but like, at least, like, it's not like Protoss have to be able to Storm to win the game. Maybe in PvZ that's more of a problem. You know, let's ignore that because multiple matchups hurts my head. But, like, it's not like Protoss have to have Storm to win PvT. Storm just is the best possible way to play PvT right now. Colossus map? I just don't agree with that, because Protoss were literally doing really well with Colossus styles before everyone started playing 2-base Storm. And then 3-base Storm. I think they just need to go back, change the number on Storm slightly. A little bit, teeny bit. Because I still think eating one Storm in your bio and it's in the red and you can't play... Like, the thing about Storm is it's not even that it's deadly initially. It's that it's painful to the point you can't justify fighting if you eat one Storm, right? And Storm is problematic early, mid, and late game, right? For a range of different reasons. So maybe like a mild nerf to Storm, so that massing Storm isn't as good, is also okay. Because I think Storm has also been one of the problems for late game Protoss being as successful as it is Because Storm is such a great catch-22 against everything late game. You can Storm Bio, you can Storm Vikings, you can Storm Liberators, you can Storm Medivacs. Hell, you even Storm Mech right now, you know? So maybe we mildly nerf Storm to hit Protoss with Storm against Storm specifically at all phases of the game, and we make a slight energy overcharge change. I actually think that would be probably fine. And when I say nerf Storm, I'm thinking like maybe we take like, I don't know how the numbers work, but I'm thinking maybe like even just 10% damage nerf. Just so like when that one Storm hits the center of the bio and you don't instant split because you're already splitting, you just can't fight already. From 10 to 8, I don't know what number is going to be good, but like I think like 5 is obviously not it. Like it needs to be significant. Like if I stand in a Storm, I want to see my units dying. What I don't want to see is that because one Storm lands, the Terran army cannot engage anymore, right? Maybe that's a fine balance to find, but like, say the Terran units come out in the yellow HP bars instead of the red HP bars if they eat one bad Storm, so they can still stay on the map and be at least a threat. I think that's good. The problem is when they go to red, and then Stalkers just blink on them and clean them up, because that's it. It's over already. I don't know what that fine line is, because that's also very dependent game to game. But right now, way more often than not, one Storm does enough to completely negate the Terran army on the map. What could be the tools to counter Storm in PvT? Well, I mean, the tool to counter Storm is Ghosts and EMPs. The problem is that it only takes a couple of Storms, and again, right now, there's just so many High Templar. They come in from all directions. The thing is, right, is if you don't hit every EMP, if you take one Storm, it feels really bad. Is what it comes down to, right? And they always have another Storm. Do you really think, like, I think energy recharge really helps Storm when you're, like, in trouble defensively, but, like, the fact that Protoss are walking around with 12 High Templar from every direction surely is not a cause of overcharge, is it? Like, you're playing Storm because overcharge is good, but I don't think later on overcharge is giving you all of these High Templar. It gives you, like, one more High Templar every, what is it? What's the cooldown? Like, a minute? I mean, I guess if you... I just think it's, right now, it's easier to play more High Templar. Yeah, I don't know. Nexus energy gives you a baseline of always available energy. But only on a cooldown. Like, you can only use it once every 60 seconds or whatever, right? Like, surely a high... Like, 2 more Storms every 60 seconds doesn't seem broken unless you're constantly storming. So that's when it's really good defensively. I don't think that helps you out so much later in the game when you're both maxed out. Maybe it does. Maybe it really does. I just think a tiny Storm nerf. Because Storm is just that significantly good at every phase of the game. And... like I said, I don't think it needs to be big. I just think it needs to be so that... I think... It's rough, because, like, obviously if you eat one bad EMP, the Protoss is also in a lot of trouble. So maybe if you eat one bad Storm, Terran should be in trouble too. I don't know. It's really weird. I think just a recharge... I think just a recharge nerf and a slight Storm nerf. I still stand by a slight Storm nerf, I think. I think there's too many scenarios where... Yes, right now you have a lot of attempts for Storm to be good, but I still don't think one Storm should just deny the entire advantage the Terran had. And that still is available, right? So yeah, maybe a recharge nerf and a tiny Storm nerf. Even if, like, you take it to, like... I think from 10 to 8 would be nice. Say you take 3 ticks of Storm as a Terran, your Marines would be red-ish, less than 50%, whereas now if you take 3 ticks on 8, from 30 to 24, 6 HP doesn't sound like a lot. But it probably makes the difference. It might make the difference. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know. I just feel like something that makes it a little tiny bit more deadly. Well, you still need it to have that deadly factor, right? So something that just makes it a teeny bit more deadly. A teeny bit less deadly, while still having the oomph that a storm should have. Alright guys, we've literally yapped on for like an hour and 50 minutes since the StarCraft ended, so we're going to wrap it up. Thanks for yapping with me. I'm going to raid someone. Hope you guys have a great rest of your day. And I'll send you guys over to HARSTEM. He's playing New Balance games. You can go discuss Storm with him. Have fun. Great yapping session. It was a great yapping session. Yeah. Great yapping session. But I have to have my lunch and it's 4 p.m. So, yeah. You know what it is? Helen's out with Ellie as well. I was like, man, I'm going to finish and I'm going to have like 2 or 3 hours of just like full on chill, like calm time. No dog to satisfy or anything like that. Ellie's not going to come up and annoy me. Helen doesn't annoy me. She's great. But like, Ellie's just going to want to play and stuff if I'm finished. Where I'm like 2 or 3 hours. It's going to be great. Instead, I chose to yap about StarCraft with you guys. There you go. Isn't that some dedication? All right, see you guys later. Bye.